Oh, hello. Very good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is the beginning of week 4 here in Series 3, where someone is going to join Owen Bates, John Worsley and Jelle Klassen into the Champions Week field. It was the Cobra who took the spoils on Saturday night. Let's look back at the best of the highlights.
The pressure. Going to get a dart at the ball.
50.
And it's gone.
Jelle require 12.
Jelle comes back. Second chance.
Shots.
And second chance is
and the MODUS Super Series Week 3 champion, Jelle Klassen.
A 4-3 victory. He walks away with a winner's cheque, £5,000, but more importantly, a place in Champions Week for the Cobra. Congratulations to him.
Jelle Klassen taking these spoils on Saturday night. Glenn Dowen is with me throughout the course of the week here at the Super Series. And first of all, just a word on Jelle Klassen. He had a fantastic 2022 after dropping off the tour, beginning 2023 in style. He's looking as if the Jelle Klassen that's getting closer to some of the stuff that we've seen from him in the past.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted for Jelle because I know he's had his trials and tribulations, but he never really let it get the better of him. He's been down in the dumps. I mean, seriously down the dumps. But I think he's found a throw right now, which he's happy with. He's averaging mid-90s very often, peppering that 100 average. He could be very dangerous on Champions Night.
Most certainly, and the Champions Week field is most certainly looking interesting when you've got the likes of Owen Bates in there, good young talent, Jelle Klassen, ex-world champion, Jonathan Worsley, who's just dropped off the Pro Tour himself. It's already, after 3 weeks, looking at a good lineup.
John Worsley, I thought, was absolutely fantastic, and that just takes me to the next slide here, and some of the players that we've got this week. Wowzer.
Let's go full Chris Whitty then and go next slide, please, because this is this week's players at the Super Series Week 4. Of course, Martin Adams is going to be the headline name. He always is going to be here at the Super Series. But you've got the likes of Harry Ward and Andy Bolton on debut here in this competition. Especially with Harry Ward, it's an interesting name in the field.
Dare I say, and be bold enough to say, that's the strongest Group A field I've been involved in and I've seen for a long time. Andy Bolton is a real superstar, a real star of the game. I mean, beat the Premier League player in Chris Dobie only last week, an absolutely exceptional player. Harry Ward is very special to me. such a real young gentleman, a Pro Tour winner as well. Very exciting talent. Gary Stone can comfortably win this week. You know, he's that good. Lee Shewan, feeling very, very confident. I had a good chat with him this morning, and Robert Rickwood as well. It's just that is a delicious lineup.
As for Group B and Group C this week, there's a lot of opportunities for the players involved.
Yeah, I really liked Scott Walters last time I saw him. I didn't know an awful lot about him, and just think a little bit of composure at the end, and he could have been the champion as well previously. So really exciting. Lovely to see Alan Tabben's name there as well. So a phenomenal week of darts, and I can't wait for it to get started.
As I say, 2 debutants involved in the field this week in Harry Ward and Andy Bolton. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with a pair. Andy, Harry, welcome to the Super Series. Debuts for yourself, respectively. Andy, just beginning with you, what was your first thoughts when you walked in the building this morning?
Yeah, very impressed. I've watched it a lot more lately, but it certainly looks smaller than it actually is. It's very... I don't know how to describe it, really. I don't know what I was expecting, but it's definitely more professional, more... I don't know. But, yeah, impressed. It's good stuff. Really, really good.
And for yourself, Harry, kind of similar thoughts when you walked in the building this morning?
Yeah, I mean, me and Andy were the first 2 on here practicing, you know, and we both said how we didn't expect it to look like this. Even, obviously, you only have the crowd in on the Saturday, but I watched it on Saturday night, and I think it's bigger than it looks, the crowd size, but the stage is amazing. It feels really good to be here, and I'm looking forward to it, as I'm guessing Andy is as well.
For yourself, Andy, obviously we saw you drop off the Pro Tour recently. How big an opportunity is this for you to really get back on the horse in this environment and try and pick up some victories, pick up some performances?
Yeah, massive. One of the first things I think I did was got in touch with the MODUS and to try and get on here. You know, I think looking from the outside in, it's something that you want to do, even though you're on the tour. It's kind of, you know, it's something you would like to do, and definitely we're dropping off the tour. I've definitely got a lot of excitement back in the game, enjoying it more than ever, and this is one of the main reasons for that. I think what MODUS and the Super Series has done is just give everybody that's not on the tour a massive lift and a massive opportunity to just enjoy the game and, well, earn a living out of the game. You know, it's just huge for darts in general. I think darts is in a great place right now, and MODUS Super Series has got a big part to play in that for sure.
And for yourself, Harry, for you, obviously where you are now in your stage of your career, how big an opportunity is it for you, and is it a great chance for you to go and enjoy the game again?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really enjoying the game again, and I'll be totally honest. Before, probably December, early January, I spoke to my manager and I said I wanted to get back into it. I went to Q School. I'd not really paid much attention to things like this, but since Q School, since my manager asked me if I'd like to play in something like this, I've watched it week in, week out religiously, and it's such a good chance for players to display their ability and to get back into the game. I think this is the second best to obviously playing on the tour with a tour card, and it's great. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm really looking forward to playing on the screen and people seeing how I'm playing.
Well, guys, I wish you all the very best this week. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Harry.
So then those are the 2 debutants that we're going to see at the Super Series this week. But we kick off with a battle between 2 players who we've seen here a fair bit before. Robert Rickwood up against Gary Stone kicks off our Week 4 action here at the Super Series. Me and Glenn have got the steps in and made the trip down to the commentary box. And Glenn, we've got a little bit more time before this one gets underway. Just on your general thoughts and expectations for the week in general.
Very excited, and that's no exaggeration to try to build this week up or anything like that. There's genuine,
First leg is Robert to throw
excellent
first.
amateur players in right now.
Game on.
And I say amateur because you've got players who have just dropped off the tour, like the Andy Boltons of this world. You've got 2 quality players right now. Very different when you talk of sort of history. Robert, who's been playing since he was 7-year-old. Great chatting with him. Hopefully I can get across against Gary Stone, who only picked up a set of darts in 2010.
80.
All because he had a spare dart room and decided to buy a dartboard. And 3 years later, he was qualifying for for Lakeside
85.
and beating Steve West along the way there. He said that was a sort of a moment where he thought he could really play darts. A real quality performer is the guy in your picture right now.
140.
I have high expectations of him. For Gary Stone, if I had any concerns about Gary, it's sometimes his mindset. Sometimes I read some of his social media posts and I'm a bit like, Gary, why'd you write that?
85.
Because I believe in Gary Stone. He's a real top-notch performer. And I've been really looking for, and just chatting with him this morning as well, he feels good.
60.
Just having a look at the outright betting for Group A, what immediately jumps off the page for me is the odds for Robert Rickwood, 18-1.
Yeah, for me, Robert, I mean, Robert is a fantastic player, but that just sort of highlights the quality of the
42.
players. That's nothing detrimental to Robert Rickwood himself. I just think that highlights the quality of the players, and you know, I'm not seeing the betting just yet, but I'm
41.
getting Andy Bolton his favourite, is he?
Yeah, 13-8 with the odds compilers. Remember, it is 18 plus, and begambleaware.org if you are deciding to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Gary Stone 11-4. He's the second
81.
favourite of the lot. Martin Wolfie Adams always there and thereabouts in Group A at 4-1. For me, the real interesting one, and I think everyone's got an intrigue about him, is
100.
Harry Ward at 9-2. We heard from him in that interview. We know the talent he's got, and we're just wondering possibly where the game's at. We saw him at Q School, didn't we? And he did some decent enough stuff there, but
26.
as we know, because he took a bit of time away, maybe we're still trying to wonder where the game is at, and we're going to learn a lot more over the course of this week.
Well, it's tops for Stone.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's the kind of finishes that will, if you have aspirations of winning this week, will be absolutely decisive. Then one dart or a double. And the banter between the players there, it's a good players' lounge in there when you've got the people like Martin Adams, but the voice I can hear in there is Andy Bolton. He's playing the alpha male role. Yeah, great to chat about
59.
Harry Ward. You know, won a Pro Tour, Henry, and then made the decision, which we'll chat when he plays, of not continue. But it's great to see a young talent like Harry Ward hungry again for the game. But the one that stands out for me after
60.
chatting with all six is Lee Shewan. He feels really, really confident. I mean, he's the only one, and I highlighted in my notes here, I feel very
96.
confident about my form right now. All six have said they're feeling good, and Robert Rickwood said he's been a little bit up and down. But the one word that sort of picked up for me was Lee Shewan when he said he feels very confident. But
59.
it's, you know, it's a long week. You know, you don't win it on the Monday, but, you know, this is real opportunity to get some real match practice and some competitive
60.
darts right now. And that's the way I would treat Group A.
Interesting story regarding Lee Shewan and his qualification into this event. We'll talk about that when he takes on Martin Adams in Game 3 of our action here at the
100.
Super Series. Meanwhile, just whilst we've got a little bit of time in this leg, I want to go through Dozz's tips because he didn't get the chance to do that at the top of the show. You've got a 4.27 to 1 treble. You've got Adams to get the better of Shewan, minus 1.5 legs at 5 to 6. You've got Gary Stone to get the better of Harry Ward at 8 to 11, and Gary Stone to hit the most maximums against Lee Shewan at 4 to 6.
100.
I must admit, all them were done late last night. As Gary looks at 146, we're chatting to the players today. I can't highlight the fact how confident Lee Shewan was today. And I thought maybe these tips, I should have sort of thought about them after I chatted with the guys. So, yeah, they were done late last night. And most people know Dozz's tips. Though last time I was here, I did get a 9 to 1 shot up. As Robert Rickwood finds that treble 20, he's going to need 85. That more and more. Gary Stone, who's already checked out an 80. These are the types of finishes that us dart players love. And it's 2 darts, a double 18, but he doesn't need the 2 darts because that's plumb right in the centre. And Gary Stone, when he's hitting his doubles, Henry, is a very, very dangerous animal.
Well, he's 2 out of 2 on the doubles. He's averaging a shade under 86. It's not a bad start to the week at all for the Granite Scot. As for Robert Rickwood, severe work to do from here. This is a bit below the expected level for a man of his
95.
calibre and capabilities.
When you said the Granite Scot, I played Gary Stone in the Granite City Open semi-final.
58.
In the days when I was probably thinking, God, I can play darts. 4-0 up in the semi-final, desperate to win it, and lost 5-4. Well, that was one of them games I always... So when I think of Gary Stone and chatting with him this
68.
morning, I thought he might have brought it up, but No, totally different. Some of the, the games he talks about, one's from a Euro tour where he played Michael van Gerwen in a full house Munich at 3-3. He thought, I'm in with a chance here. And then Michael went 11, 12, 11. And he said, but he went away from that game thinking, just knowing where his game was at right now. And I just look at his demeanour this week, Gary. If his shoulders not go down, I'd get Alan Kerr, his sponsor and his best mate, to give him a call tonight, because when his shoulders are up, when them eyes are focused on the prize, Gary Stone can be very, very dangerous this week.
He's looking dangerous enough in this opener, granted the fact that Robert Rickwood has got off to a
32.
slow start in this one.
Very proud Scotsman. I did come across Gary many times representing England.
84.
And one of his games that stands out for him also is being a Europe Cup singles. That's tough to win them, Henry, them ones, because when you're putting your national shirt on and you're getting chances in them games. They're very, very, you're very, very proud. And to be a Europe Cup singles winner, I know Gary Stone, that meant an awful lot to him.
96. Robert Yukar, 140.
Oh, this is his first sizable opportunity at checkout here, Robert Rickwood, and it is the outside shot 140, but it is still on. He's going to get a dart. A double 10! Welcome to the week, Robert Rickwood.
Exactly what he needed, because Gary Stone was sat on 83, and after finishes of 80 and 87, Robert Rickwood potentially thought, I'm only going to get one chance at this. Gary Stone
Gary to throw first.
He'd be feeling a little bit sick about himself, but it was not against his darts. He mustn't panic. That's what he must do. He knows he's playing. He's the better player, barring them 3 darts. And panic must not set in right now. And he must just continue that trend. Because the only plan right now, Henry, is just get them 2 points on the board.
60.
By hook or by crook. That's the perfect dart. The way his darts sit up there. So he'd be disappointed that second
97.
one didn't go in. But we'll talk an awful lot this week about the psychology. I'll try and get across to you how the players are feeling. But that treble 19 when it goes in last dart, there's just something special. But Rickwood
125.
has finally come to the party.
Welcome, Robert Rickwood.
180.
Welcome to the party, Gary Stone, with his first max, the first max of the week.
Yes, we'll be seeing plenty then. There was plenty last week. Some of the pace of the games last week when I was watching.
140.
Just so fluent. And it's the same again this week. You're going to see some good stuff on 166. Perfect. So at least 46. So you look at the 6 and 10 bed. He's so confident right now. He just wants double top, and that was plumb fat in the double 6. Advantage Stone after them 3 darts.
40.
And from there, he's not left to finish.
Game
Not it would have mattered, because Gary Stone has taken out the tops to open up a 3-1 lead. It's an average of 90.05, 3 out of 4 on the doubles. And if he plays to this kind of standard and this kind of level this week, he is going to cause a fair few problems. Although saying that, Danny Lowby last week was averaging around the 90 mark for fun
58.
and lost with an average of 104 in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I did watch that game. The pace of that lad, he must be up there with Ricky Evans right now. This guy is looking really, really good. And the players will be watching in the players area right now, just wondering how the lads are playing. Robert Rickwood will be thinking 18-1, I'll show you. But he is coming up against a guy who's
100.
been very solid, just averaging just over the 90 mark. In old money, 30 average, and do you know what, 9:30 on a Monday morning, that's quite tough to beat.
$43.
So he didn't really do too much damage there. Just 70 behind, and that first dart is just begging for the second max.
180.
And he duly delivers. Gary Stone is here for the week. He's determined to reach Saturday night. Very disappointed, Henry, so far. He hasn't qualified and won a week chatting with him. He's had a
45.
couple of opportunities. And he said if there's one thing the MODUS Super Series what he wants to do this week is just get to Saturday night. But it's time, he said. It's time to join Champions Week, and he's determined to win. He said he was disappointed when he saw the group because he realised how tough it is, but everything I'm seeing with the MODUS Super Series in
72.
Series 3 is every group, every week is tough, tough, tough. But it's Gary Stone for tops for the match.
Game
And what
shot on the
a
match,
fantastic
Gary Stone.
completion of the game there from Gary Stone. First game of the week, averaging over 91, just shy of 92. A phenomenal performance. The checkout stat is what looks out for me there. 4 from 5, 80%. 87 finish being the highest one. A tremendous opening game from Gary Stone. For Robert Rickwood, it could be a difficult group, this one, and he'll need to go self-reflect, work out what he needs to do. He needs to score bigger if he's going to stand up. But what an opening match there from Gary Stone. And next up, Andy Bolton, the big, big favourite this week, against a former Pro Tour winner, Harry Ward. Don't miss that one.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is victory for Gary Stone in the opening game of the day against Robert Rickwood. So a perfect start there for the Scot. We're going to see another Scot on the stage now in Andy Bolton. It's a battle of the debutants between him and Harry Ward, a game that has much intrigue and much interest. And for all of you at home, you might be quite happy with what I'm about to say because I have vacated the commentary box. So Chris Murphy has joined us and he's going to be alongside Glenn Dummett for this one.
Thank you, Henry, and missing you already. But what a fantastic opener there from Gary Stone. Solid. He looked really determined. Speaking to him earlier, he's so disappointed not to qualify for a MODUS Super Series so far. And his aim this week is, first of all, is to qualify on Saturday night, but he really is determined to reach Champions Week now. He said he was disappointed when he saw Group A because of how tough the players in the group, but all he can do is his job. But the man in your picture, red hot favourite to win this group at 13-8. Why? Well, only a week ago he beat a Premier League player in Chris Dobie at the Pro Tour. He is a top quality player as Andy Bolton. And your guy that you see there, Harry Ward, a Pro Tour, and a fascinating story at such a young age, which we'll try and get across in this game. This has all the ingredients to be a wonderful, wonderful game. And I'm joined by the brilliant Chris Murphy.
Morning, Glenn, or should I say afternoon. Didn't hang around long, did he, Gary Stone? I just caught the end of that as I came into the venue. And Stone was in imperious form last time he was here, as you mentioned. Narrowly missing out on making it through to that Champions Week. But yeah, two players here at very different sort of stages of their career.
First.
But two players that
Game on.
you would have to say the MODUS Super Series was built for. Andy Bolton, the X Factor, always dangerous, and Glenn just gave a great example.
180.
And there's an example, what a start. And Harry Ward, well, yeah, it is an interesting story, isn't it? Won a PDC title.
140.
Such a young age, lost the love for the game, but you'd have to assume that he's got it back.
Yeah, he's absolutely got it back. A fascinating chat with him this morning, Murph, and he's in a really good headspace. No regrets was the thing that I highlighted here. He's got his life sorted. He's bought a house. He's got engaged.
21.
You know, he's getting married next year. I mean, there's just so many fantastic things happening in his life. But then all of a sudden, like many of us do, and I told him I never picked up a dart, Harry, aged 19 to 29. It took me 10 years to go and realise that, you know, I wanted to sort my job out, and I worked behind a karaoke for 6 of those 9 years. So things happen. But Andy Bolton, after 9 darts, wants 44. This is the quality. This is the form horse this week. This is the real potential winner.
Shot on the first leg. Andy Bolton.
Them kind of dart, a 12 dart to open his MODUS Super Series debut. That's why people like me are talking about him. I did apologise, Murph, to him. I did say I've nominated you. I've said that you're going to win it this week.
Game on.
And he has been watching. He knows how bad Does' tips are.
Well, let's just give you an indication as to how good that first leg was.
30.
12 darter, 125 average.
Just look at the grimace there. I'd like to talk a little bit about lockdown, actually.
83.
Now, I felt Andy Bolton was just cruising along in the PDC, could do better, was always dangerous to get. But he was the hardest working
125.
two-a-card holder during lockdown. I remember having a final with those Michael Smith, Chris Dobie and Nathan Aspinall, Adam Hunt. We had this tournament, and I played
60.
Andy in the final, and I said, shall we play at 7 o'clock at night? He said, I've got another 3 tournaments first, Glenn, and then I'll get to you. He was playing hours and hours, and I think he came back
96
as one of the better players in the PDC, but he just left himself too much to do. And when you're chasing points at the end of your 2 years, it can get really tough.
180.
What a phenomenal player he is. And did you see the wiggle there?
Yeah, he's certainly living up to the billing that you've given him, isn't he, in the early
40.
exchanges in this one?
Well, that is the juicy wiggle. That's his walk-on song as well, I believe.
It is. Red Foo.
140.
You might even see it when he does a big finish as well, Murph.
Already picked up a title this year, of course. Winner on the Challenge Tour.
45. And
in Milton Keynes. Third event of the year. Beat Martijn Dracht in the final. Of course, we saw what Martijn did in the Euro Tour. Splitting here.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Bolton.
And hitting.
A 14 darter and a 12 darter. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series, Harry Ward.
Third leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
He's in danger, isn't he, here, of just being blown away immediately. And Bolton, if he carries on at this level, could really be threatening a record average. The record average is up at 118.
180.
So he's above that level now, and we could be more than halfway through this match.
Yes, the last time I got excited was a Swede by the name of Andreas Harrison. I think we got to the third leg and he was peppering that 118 average. But were you surprised to see him 13-8 favourite in such a tough group?
It is a tough group, isn't it?
99.
Andy Bolton, maybe that Challenge Tour win lately. The form he's shown this year, the Pro Tour success as well just edged it for him. There are other players like
56.
Martin Adams who's got the experience of playing in this event. You never quite know what to expect, but nothing phases Andy Bolton, does it? We've seen him go up on the European Tour stage and have deep runs.
I asked him what motivated him this morning. He said it's his
58.
grandson's birthday, Brody. He's 2-year-old today. He said that motivates him, and he said he was so proud yesterday of Bailey in the road to Gibraltar, the Scottish
140.
JDC champs, another
164.
semi-final for the 12-year-old. So there's so many things going on. All very, very positive. He's a mentor for the North Ayrshire Darts Academy, is Andy Bolton.
100.
So not only thinking of himself, he's doing and passing on his wisdom to the young players there. And he said that's really giving him a real kick. As Harry Ward, we're looking to set up probably the big fish.
91. Andy O'Carr,
And that's what
64.
he does. Will he get a go at it? He hasn't had a dart double in this match because of the relentlessness of this man. Another. For the double.
Game shot
And
on
it's
the
three
third leg.
in no
Andy
time at all.
Bolton.
Ultimately, Murphy, it's about high scoring and massive finishing. And right now, to 3 legs, Andy Bolton is demonstrating that to the
Fourth leg, Andy to
absolute
throw
maximum.
first. Game on.
My only concern is don't peak on a Monday morning, Mr. Bolton. We need you here Saturday night.
57.
And that's another thing, isn't it, that people don't take into account. I've just come from commentating on the PDC Women's Series this
83.
weekend, and their tournaments start around this time, 10 a.m. And there'll be some players who come to the Super Series who've never really played a game this early in the morning. So you're
134.
not quite sure what to expect.
He's done his homework though, Murph, because I asked him this morning, I said, look, Andy, if it doesn't go well in Group A, don't panic. I said, that's the only thing, as
96.
fairly inexperienced I am with the MODUS Super Series. But he knew, and what he did say, which was fascinating, was the 2 days off would be ideal for him, because not because he's got a shoulder injury, but playing
60.
5 days on the spin does take its toll on his throwing arm. And he said, if he had a choice, he would love to win Group A. So, in answer to your question there, he sort of has
80.
been looking into, he has been watching, he knows what the job is, he knows what's entail.
We're already thinking about the 2 days off. Wow. That's a sign of confidence as well, isn't it? He's only got one position on his mind in this group.
79.
Yeah, confidence is a question. I got the chance to speak with all 6 of them this morning, and some of them are up and down form. But I'm really interested to see Lee Shewan. He's feeling very confident for the week. I'm not so sure how he feels after watching
100.
Gary Stone and Andy Bolton, because the pair of them have been brilliant. But you want a good competition. You want someone like Harry Ward to really get going. He's absolutely over the
47.
moon.
Andy O'Carr, 142.
He wears that MDA patch, and when Matt Ward stuck by him, he said, Glenn, he said that means an awful lot of loyalty, and he wants to do well for Matt and for MDA, and he said he feels like he's got that thing back. But watching Andy
90.
Bolton right now, he's probably
Andy O'Carr,
thinking
124.
a couple of years away. It's 1-2-4, just the one treble, so he's going to get at least the bull, and bull it is.
85.
It's the
Andy
only
O'Carr,
dart at any
52.
double he's had in the entire match. Andy Bolton can now put him away in double quick time. Double 16. Just shuffling across.
20.
Well, the shuffle
Andy O'Carr, 39.
will not be followed by the wiggle.
And it's double 16 for Ward to get his first leg.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And
Harry
he'll
Ward.
be feeling so much better. He's probably thinking it's a little too late, but just getting that dart in the double end. I just don't know if anyone noticed that was just a little Andy Bolton. Well done there,
Fifth
Harry.
leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
There's a good players area in there with some big characters, and when you've got the Martin Adams, who probably the biggest character of them all when it comes to the MODUS Super Series, he's always going to be the headline act, but
100.
Scottish accent of Gary Stone in there as well. And I just picked up there that as Harry hit that double, Andy Bolton said, great shot.
32.
What did you make of last week? Glenn, fast and furious and good quality, wasn't it?
I think Fast and Furious is what I used upstairs. I said I really enjoyed it. And I'm a fan of Jack Main. I didn't really get a chance to sort of talk to him on the tour. I sort of practiced with him a couple of times, and I thought, why doesn't he put this practice darts to his games? I'd stand behind him for 20 minutes and watch him play marvellously, and then he'd not produce it in the match.
140.
And I thought he was unlucky last week, and he had that dart at the bull to actually win it. And Yellow Klassen just picked up the scraps, really, because Yellow Klassen is just finding his form again. He's been searching for a throw for a couple of years. Very similar to Colin Osborne. And now he's all of a sudden just getting them 90-plus averages again. He's becoming a real danger. And Yellow Klassen is a good guy.
Yeah,
140.
already
And you car 167.
building towards being a really elite Champions Week at the end of this series.
Yeah, there's some big names there, but I thought Jonathan Worsley, for me, was absolutely
40.
magna. I thought he dominated week 2. And Harry Ward will like that slip there from Andy Bolton, but he's not penetrating the trebles
46.
on this occasion. And Andy Bolton's got away with that. And look what it is, 1-2-7 in game, Murph. That would be nice.
The right referee to call it. The infamous Paul Hinks call.
59. How do you car 143?
Yes, we shared a pot noodle last night. We both arrived together, me and Paul. Treble 17 for double 16.
127.
The opportunities that you need. Now, Andy Bolton's just gone a little bit quiet since going 3-0 up. We talk of record averages. Now, all of a sudden, this 68 is not a must get, but he won't want to go 3-2.
36.
Might have to.
How do you car 16? Game
Harry
show
Ward
the fifth
working
leg.
his way
Harry
back
Ward.
into this match. Remember, Bolton went off with a 12, 14 and 15 dart legs to lead the match 3-0. And suddenly, Ward is throwing to
Six
square
leg
it
Harry
up
to throw
and
first.
force a
Game on.
decider. I'm still trying to think if I heard you right when I said you and Paul Hinks
59.
shared a pot noodle.
Well, he is from Yorkshire. At least I didn't leave the key in the front door this time.
140.
Now, all of a sudden, when you're just getting back to 3-2 there, Harry Ward has got to open up with something better than that 59, because you just feel Andy Bolton
96.
can't continue with this run of indifferent form, and that 140 will feel good for him. And look at that. That's quality. Look at this.
140.
That would have been for his 4th maximum. They're the kind of starts 2-2-1 after 6 darts when you we should be off the stage by now.
It'll be 4
58.
years in a couple of weeks. Sorry, in a couple of months since Harry Ward won that PDC title. I was just looking at the run, and remarkably, this is how brutal
137.
elite level darts is. 3 of the 4 semi-finalists in that event no longer have tour cards. Mark Salt, one of them, who he beat in the final. The other is doing all right with that one, a certain Robert Thornton.
So he's just looked at what Harry Ward needs. That 148, he's thinking, should I? He really should go 14 Bolt. And maybe them thought
44.
process there, just maybe put off what he needed to do.
148.
He should have really done that behind Harry Ward. Harry Ward's not the quickest player, but here we go again. And he shakes his head because that first start was absolutely perfect for him.
82.
It's Andy Bolton for tops.
We had the X Factor
Game shot
at the
and
start of the
Andy
match.
Bolton.
His performance faded during it, but he won it in the end. Too strong for Harry Ward, who showed flashes. He fought back, showed some tenacity, but it was Bolton's brilliance early in the piece that left too much for Harry to do. And an average of 98 in the end, that could have been so much higher. 50%, very effective on the checkouts, a pair of them. But it is Andy Bolton who bags a win on debut. We'll return after a short break with Martin Adams and Lee Shewan in action next.
Welcome back to the Super Series. Well, Andy Bolton had the X Factor, didn't he? That was some debut performance from the Scot, and we can have a look at the stats from a 4-2 win against Harry Ward, where he averaged 98, 3 180s, 4 out 8 on the doubles, and actually that 98 was a regression from what he showed in the first 3 legs. After that point, he was threatening the record average of 118. That was how impressive that performance was from Andy Bolton there. So 2 points to his name. We're going to round off the first round of fixtures now with a battle between Lee Shewan and Martin Adams. Now, we've seen Wolfie here so many times. He was here from the start in lockdown when we were behind the computer screens, and then the first day in Southampton, and then we've seen him here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And in that time, as you can imagine, we've seen a fair few games from him, winning 226 matches, which is an incredible total. This week, we expect him maybe to break the 500, 180 barrier. He's at 160, though, is his highest checker, which perhaps is the interesting stat to note from that. And of course, in Southampton, he gave us that 9-dart finish. And the last time we saw him at Champions Week, he actually gave us his biggest average ever of 111. He most certainly is a legend of the game and a legend of the Super Series. He takes on Lee Shewan, who is our ADC qualifier this week. And to watch this one in the commentary box, here's Glenn Dowen and Chris Murphy.
Thank you so much, Henry. The word legend is very easily said in this game of darts, but look at that guy there. Martin Adams, the first person I seen this morning, just doing his thing. Just seems to get better and better with age and absolutely loves the MODUS Super Series. He feels like he's been part of what's been built. You know, he's one of the first players to play at Southampton, first player to get involved, and you know, some of them 9-darters that he do have been pinned tweets as well on the MODUS Super Series, which is special to him. But he just looks forward, and I think that's the thing with Martin Adams, Murphy. He doesn't sort of really look back just yet. He's always looking forward, and I think that's a great trait to have.
Yeah, happy with what he's doing, isn't he? Playing his darts on the World Seniors Tour and here at the Super Series. That is the plan now for Wolfie. That's his version of winding down a little bit, finally, perhaps. But it's still a lot of darts that he plays, and as many matches as anybody at the Super Series and the previous guises of this event. And one of my favourite stats, that one that Henry shared there,
Martin to throw first.
Despite all of those games, we've never seen Martin Adams take out anything bigger than 160.
This week is the week. There's the little smile. Them darts and flights are probably the only thing that's
45.
changed. Just every time I see him, though, Murph, I just go back to that semi-final I had. It's still by far the greatest game I was involved in, even though I lost.
140.
It just takes me back to that night, and it was such a special, special night. He didn't show me a lot of respect before the game. But sometimes when you're in a battle like 2 boxers, we punched each other in the face for 12 rounds, that respect is then sort of gained. And I've never been best friends with Martin, but I just think the respect came after that game, and yeah, that does take me back to there. There's your guy in your picture there.
15.
Had a beautiful chat with him today, Murph. I mean, 2 pages, 2 notes, full pages of notes I've got on him, and he is excited to be here this week.
Yeah, Fleetwood flinger, Lee Shewan, and last time he was here, he got involved in a 9-dart shootout on the Super Series stage on the Saturday night.
He nearly took this year off.
180.
With darts like that, I'd be glad he didn't. He's getting married in Cyprus, and there's so many similarities to sort of my background as well. Even I took a year off before I got married in Cyprus, but his wife-to-be, Kirsty, said, no, get out there, you're playing well. He started a practice night on a Tuesday night, and when you've got players like Jordan Brooks and Wes Newton, his practice partners, you know you're going to have to be playing well. And that's set up nicely for him to go to the Northwest ADC. A strong 32 there qualifier to get to the MODUS Super Series this week, and he was delighted to get through that. And another player who said, and then he gulped a little bit when he seen the Group A this week, because he said there's 5 phenomenal players to play, including his travel partner, Robert Rickwood, as he looks at tops for the first leg in this game.
Game shot on the first leg.
Lovely leg of darts from Lee Shewan. First foot forward for the cobbler. And breaks the Wolfie throw immediately.
Second leg lead to throw first.
Played at the Lakeside himself, made his debut in the WDF World Championship last year, Lee Shewan. He was drawn, wasn't he, against
58.
his best pal, Jordan Brooks.
Toughest game he's ever played in, he said.
Yeah, remarkable. We've also seen him here at the Super Series, and then actually led Wayne Warren 2-0 in the next round before the then defending champion hit back, reeling off 3 straight
26.
sets.
He said the atmosphere was just incredible. He said a lot of it was for Wayne Warren, but I said, no, don't. He said, I said the noise coming from them Fleetwood
54.
supporters was fantastic. I was there that night.
Was that the night when they actually ended up playing a night later than they were supposed to? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Power failure.
He said Wayne Warren was fantastic. He said, you know, just there was no airs and graces about the world champion. He just,
100.
what will be, will be. And we'll go and play tomorrow. They shook hands, and that's exactly what happened.
Now he's up against another world champion.
58.
3-time winner at the Lakeside. Has a nice ring to it, that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Must be good to win 3 Lakesides. And with darts like that first one there, that throw, Murph, has barely changed, you know.
100.
Like I say, his equipment may have. Even his shirts are very, very similar.
Yeah, one of the few players, in fact, I can't think of another,
100.
who actually keeps his darts case about his person when he's playing.
Yeah, we used to have a play in the Super League with his dark case one side and a huge set of keys on the other one.
95.
It's interesting sometimes to see what kind of little quirks people have. Some players have a towel dangling down.
Yeah. But he hasn't had a 170. I've been thinking
84.
of words I can use for the bull. I heard Mason called it the button. I was thinking bull. I was thinking, what else is like a bull? I was thinking a bison, a water buffalo. What's the difference between a water buffalo and a bison?
I mean, is this a joke or a bit of trivia?
147.
Could be a joke. What's the difference between a water buffalo and a bison?
Go on, you tell me.
You can't wash in a water buffalo.
45. Martin Yuka, 80.
Well, they'll be hoping to stay away from the bull or buffalo or bison or whatever we're calling it here. You'll just want one of those.
You just fancy this.
Game
Ooh.
shot on the second leg. Martin Adams.
2 darts. If you're enjoying that. I felt like this could be a really good game. Like I said, Lee Shewan was talking so confident. And I just
Third leg, Martin
felt like
to
saying
throw
to him, Lee,
first.
that's a tough
Game
field in there. But he's coming up full of confidence. Took the wrong turn, and he said, took him blooming ages. I said, tell me about it. 5 hours it took me yesterday.
All settled in for a week now, as all the players who play on Monday get the opportunity to be here for 5 days. Of course, they're all fighting to get Thursday
85.
and Friday off. Paid leave, can't be bad.
He's slipping into that 5. Will be his only real disappointment so far in this match. What advice do you give to
43.
Martin Adams, the man who's been there and got the T-shirt and probably everything in darts?
Yeah,
I'd love to read his book one day,
61.
Murph.
Yeah, I often use the line, you can't teach an old wolf new tricks.
Probably what he's thinking there is adjusting from that 5 and sort of not aiming more to the right. That's probably what the reason it slid him.
81.
Even more worrying is that the dip in low, Murph, and that's usually a sign that probably, despite all the experience, feeling it a little bit.
77.
A really interesting concept, isn't it? Standing in a practice room, knowing you're going to have to play these players 3 times over the next 3 days. And you must, you know, you wouldn't be human if you didn't look
97.
around and go, oh, this is a tough group this week.
To be fair, they all did. They all said that there was an element of disappointment when they saw the group. I was surprised.
58.
For me, I said on the, upstairs that this is the toughest group I've seen. It's a stonker.
Looking at the bull here.
65.
He's very traditional as Martin, so he doesn't often deviate down to the bullseyes and 19s, but of course on that occasion, because his highest finish
Martin Yukar, 170.
in all the years of playing this is only 160. And this week, he's going to get Duzzer a 170. Nearly.
Yeah, this week, not this leg. By the way, for traditional, maybe read stubborn. You're allowed to say that.
60.
Yeah, I keep thinking now I'm a commentator. People are grabbing hold of me after. Why did you say this? What was that for?
Yeah,
140. Martin Yukar,
I put a question on Twitter yesterday, and everybody had a go at me as if I'd given an opinion when it was simply a question.
Very similar on this 80 finish. He'll be loving that first dart. And double 16, knowing that Shewan's on 52. Big dart. Big finish.
Third leg. Martin Adams.
Martin Adams, no reaction. Just a little growl to the dartboard. And Shewan, what's he thinking right there? He's thinking, why didn't Martin just give me that chance at 52?
Fourth leg leader through first. Game on.
Because if you're going to break Martin Adams, it's always a tough task to do.
Chances have been hard to come by, haven't they? Finishing like that. Shewan taking out the 17 leg one, Adams sitting back, and then completing that wonderful 110 combination.
Yeah, the doubles have been fantastic, as you can see there. The scoring can be better. I mean, that was a 21 dart leg. So if Lee Shewan's going to have opportunities to break, they're the types of legs. As we look on the side view. Perfect timing to look at the side view for
180.
the dulcet tone of Mr. Hinks. For a second there, I thought the pot noodler got stuck in his throat. There's a beautiful side on, and that
41.
throw just hasn't changed. If you go back to the mid-2000s, just that little bit of front elevation there from Lee. Just sort of moves his body, but the most important replication is key. You want to be pulling that dart back exactly the same each time. Martin does each time, every single dart. You'll have to shuffle across the yoke. He doesn't use the 19s much. Now, really, who am I to say that he should be looking elsewhere? And he does this time.
Lee Yukar, 50.
What flavour was this pot noodle, by the way? I mean, I'm quite interested.
It was chicken and mushroom, as Shewan looks for tops. 10s for the Fleetwood flinger.
40.
I quite like that. I'm often nicking Murph's words.
Well, he's going to come back because Adams is a long way behind, although may put himself in finishing range. Needs to find another treble to do so, and he'll leave one of those big finishers that he hasn't taken out yet if he does.
100. Lee Yukar, 10.
Couple of options here with Martin being on double 10. Martin being so far back, sorry. He's gone very direct to leave double 2.
Game shot on the fourth
The worry
leg.
could have
Lee
been
Shewan.
leaving himself double 1 there, but yeah, this game is not a lot to separate the pair of them. And a 2-2. It's now a best of 3 game. Is the fact it's Martin Adams' darts.
This leg Martin to throw first.
Just dictating the pace a little bit here.
Game on.
Could the fact he's throwing darts and that missed opportunity in the third leg be the thing that decides this match is still all to play for?
Yeah, just trying to
100.
get some composure, you feel there, Martin Adams. Had the glasses off, had the darts down on the table, drink of water. Sometimes you just have to
58.
take a break, don't you, and sort of reset.
People talk about skills and attributes of players, but one of the biggest things is experience. You know, when you've been in these situations before and how you can correct it. He'll hate that dart because that first one is perfect for him.
81.
Just didn't follow through with his arm. It was just, if anyone watched the boxing last night, if that's what you can call it, it was like a jab, that dart. Whereas these are straight rights from Lee Shewan.
Yeah, you know that Martin Adams has followed through correctly when he does the old butterfly routine with the last dart. Might see it here. Let's go the dart.
140.
Decent follow through. He doesn't do that as much as he used to. Well, the hand would sort of wobble in the air, but usually after a dart had been pitched perfectly in the treble or double he was going for.
He used to wobble with the dart in his hand.
58.
I thought Lee Shewan should have started on the 18s with that first dart there. But it's advantage Adams now. And a 140 would be the soup of the day.
55.
Well, only 55, so the door just maybe ajar here for Shewan.
123. Matthew Carr, 125.
That fantastic partnership the MODUS Super Series now have with the ADC gives opportunities to people like Lee Shewan to be here. And he'd be over the moon with that first start of Adams missing the green bit.
I was going to ask, would you rather have
49.
a shot at 125 or a shot at 127?
127.
Because it's Paul Hinks, 127. I just want to hear him say 100. And here we go for double 8.
111. Matthew Carr,
You
76.
can see the frustration there because 76 is the type of finish which will win or lose games, which is a crazy thing to say. But these are the types of finish that are indicative of what you'll see this week.
Oh, what a shot that is. 11 would have left the bullseye, but he's got better.
48. Leo
Double
Carr,
14.
16.
Couldn't find it, though. And now a big chance for Lee Shewan to get ahead.
You might have to shuffle
Game
across
shot
the
of the
bed
fifth
there just to
leg, Lee
widen the
Shewan.
bed, which he did. He'd be feeling rather good about himself now. Hasn't been a lot to separate them. Sort of been the scoring power of Shewan against the finishing of Martin Adams.
6-leg leader throw
The
first.
most important
Game on.
thing right now is the fact that Lee Shewan did break Adams. And now you just have to see out the game. And you do not see out a game with a 1, a
26.
5 and a 20.
And Shewan plays Robert Rickwood next, who's already licking his wounds after that defeat to Gary Stone earlier. The way the fixtures have fallen, Stone and Bolton going to do battle after this.
What a game. Yes,
81.
make sure that you stay with us for that game because that's going to be an absolute belter.
83.
Oh, Chris Dobie's watching. Oh, Chris, unlucky yesterday. Middlesbrough still the only team to win a major in the North East.
60.
And even I can join in because in the other cup, of course, it was Sheffield Wednesday who knocked Newcastle out.
85.
He's just gone a little bit quiet here. That's the dad. It's not only the fact it's swaying across in the 1s and 5s, mate, that's concerning me. It's the fact they're going low. That's mean. And do you know what?
40.
Last time I was here, Martin Adams' first game of the week was a disaster. He got better and better as the week got on, obviously. So maybe sometimes if you just catch the right play at the right time,
98.
maybe catching Adams' first game of the day has been a blessing for Lee Shewan because you won't see Adams play like this all week, that's for sure.
Do you know what? I never fancy, and I hope he doesn't hear this back, but I never fancy Martin Adams to win a Group A because he tends to have sort of one off
123.
day out of 3. And Group B, Group C often gets through, but to win Group A when you have one of those days when you
81.
lose 4, maybe even 5 matches is near impossible.
So let's just look at Lee Shewan then, his reaction, because that treble 20 was absolutely phenomenal. He's begging for a 140, and the worst case scenario was that big 1, meaning 128 is far,
97.
far from a
Leo Carr,
gimme. And
128.
brings Adams back into the game where that treble 20 would have left a 2-dar combination. He can still finish, and that's just the kind of fine margins. He knows exactly what it is, and that's part frustration. What's really important now, Murph, is just a little bit of composure. And that
26.
is not what the doctor ordered.
Matthew Carr, 100.
Almost asking in hope there, wasn't he, that he was seeing something different than the reality. But Adams knows exactly how to take out finishes like this. Double 10.
80.
Well, that one took a
Leo Carr,
nosedive.
102.
1 or 2. It's a nice finish. He still have opportunity to treble 14 or bull. He went for the bigger version
54.
of the treble.
Matthew Carr, 20.
Martin Adams right back in this game. Double 10's not his favourite. Different side of the board for him. But the guy who's won more pentathlons than anybody. Double 5.
15.
Happy
Leo
birthday,
Carr,
Lee Shewan.
48.
Well, for an opening win then against the great Martin Adams. Double 16. Double 8.
Game
And
shot on
Shewan
the match.
seals it.
3-1.
A 4-2 win against a slightly out of sorts Martin Adams, it has to be said. Showed some good signs in the early exchanges in that match, but it tailed off after that 110 checkout. He was 2 out of 2 on the doubles then. He's missed 6 since then. And Lee Shewan has taken full advantage to join Gary Stone and Andy Bolton in the winner's circle in our first round of matches. And that pair, Stone and Bolton, will do battle after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lee Shewan has completed the first round of matches here on this Monday morning with a victory over Martin Adams. Both players will be looking to go through the gears in their next encounter, that is for sure. But we're going to kick off round 2 and match number 4 with what Chris Murphy would call some tartan tungsten tossing. As Bolton takes on Stone, let's head back to the boys in the box.
That's easy for you to say, Henry. But what a game this is going to be. They might be laughing and jovial right now, but both of them will know they'll want to just lay down a marker, because what you're seeing in your picture right now is 2 potential winners of 1 Group A and 2 the winners of the week. That's how good the CVs are of these 2 players. Absolutely tremendous. They both demonstrate the qualities in their opening games. Both averaging in excess of 90, 91, 97 for Gary Stone, which was very solid. And Andy Bolton, after 2.5 legs, we were looking at the record books. So he'll be glad to get the 2 points. And so sit back, enjoy this one, because this has real
Gary just moved
potential.
first. Game on.
I recall last time Gary Stone was here, not only did he do the business here at the Super Series, but he also rocked up to a local tournament on the Wednesday evening, won that as well.
134.
Beat some good players along the way. I was one of them.
Did it go down to the final leg?
140.
Well, yeah, every match has a last leg, Glenn. Just didn't have a deciding leg.
140.
Remember the other members of the crew were there. They all lost first round, while I just managed to have a little bit of respect for the team here.
That's very honourable. Gary Stone.
59.
Not sure where he was going until the MODUS Super Series, he said. It really rejuvenated him, and absolutely delighted for his sponsors, his best mate Alan Kerr at the
91.
Crown in Bowness, and Ali Baxter at AB Garden Buildings, and KF Plumbing and Heating Solutions. Them types of people are the reason Gary Stone's here right now. And darts is all the better for it.
98. Gary O'Carr, 136.
Yeah, he's a Stone by name and Stone by nature. Very gritty,
120.
granite type character, isn't he, Gary Stone?
Yeah, I always found him very, very tough opponent. I think he's got all the attributes. But this guy is the form guy.
100. Gary O'Carr, 16.
I would have thought they played each other many times. Come back to that as...
Game shot on the first leg.
And
Gary
what could be
Stone.
indicative this week for Gary Stone is if he's hitting his doubles, and, you know, message me at does a 180 if you agree or disagree with my opinions. But for Gary, I always believe his ton-ton 40 scoring is up there with every single player here this week. For me, if he starts pinging them doubles, that's when he suddenly becomes a very, very dangerous commodity this week. And like I said, get involved
60.
at MSS Darts. And more importantly, come and join us on Saturday night. 7:30 start now. At the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and tickets are absolutely
95.
free at dartshop.tv. These players will be playing without the crowd, you'll notice behind them, but on Saturday night, some of the crowds have been absolutely fantastic, and the game's always better with you here.
They actually
60.
played one of their many matches in a qualifier for the PDC World Championship, the 2016 edition of that
95.
tournament. Andy Bolton won that match and went on to qualify for the event. Can you remember what walk-on song he walked out to, though?
180.
Just good time in that. Is it the jiggle?
It wasn't. It was a Christmas song. He went for the Wizard.
100.
Did Andy Bolton.
I did know that. He told me earlier. I said, what's all this about your walk-on being this? And I said, every time you hit a 180 or a big finish.
Well, you might get another chance.
122.
Give me the juicy wiggle. This is a great game so far. Both averaging over 100. Sometimes you can build up a game, Murph, and
57.
sometimes I can leave
Andy
you a little
O'Carr,
deflated.
79.
But this one is looking rather good. And the fact we're going to see them play minimum 3 times against each other this week. And Bolton will be looking at tops with his last dart. He doesn't move across the hockey. Feels good with
Game
that.
shot on the second leg.
And that's
Andy
the reason
Bolton.
why. And there's the exhaler breath of sheer relief. He's in this game now. But Gary Stone must stay focused. He must realise I've got to be broken. Win my legs in 15 darts and
Gary
make
to
Andy
first.
Bolton hit
Game
a
on.
12. That would be my philosophy right now.
They're not moving, though. We saw that in the first match as well. It just gives you an indication that
100.
Andy Bolton feels so comfortable with the weight of his throat. You can almost feel where the doubles are. Almost like a centre forward in a football team who just knows where the net is,
55.
doesn't have to look. Obviously not playing for Newcastle. Sorry, Chris.
180.
And there is Gary on the attack. And you could see him as well. He was caught in a bit of a barrage of brilliance by Andy Bolton in that previous leg, but he slowed himself down,
59.
took a moment, just like we saw from Martin Adams in the previous match.
I've seen the best and the worst. Like I said, if I repeat myself, I apologise as Gary goes for another max.
180.
That's his 4th of the day already, just averaging a mere 112 right now. And all the talk has been about this guy in your picture, 13-8 favourite beforehand.
77. Gary O'Carr,
And
41.
I did feel like value for money, Gary Stone could possibly be the man to stop Andy this week as he looks at double 10. And that
31.
is my only thing about Gary Stone. And once again, I apologise if I say it a couple of times this week, but if he nails them types of finishes, nails them doubles, he could be so dangerous.
100. Gary O'Carr, 10.
Maybe the weight, the reset that he had before the leg would be a good idea before throwing at doubles.
Game shot on the
Does
third
get
leg.
one
Gary
in the
Stone.
end there. But he was almost impatient to get to the hooky and just get the leg won as quickly as possible. Worked out in the end, but he's had 7 darts at double
Fourth leg
already
Andy
in
to
this
throw
match.
first. Game on.
Yeah, the X factor. He's going to need see all the quality that he has if he's going to win this game. Like I said, don't
80.
panic whatever happens in Group A this week, Andy, because it's what you do on the Saturday night is what I've seen as part of the MODUS Super Series, and wasn't it great to see players like John Worsley,
100.
Owen Bates and Yellow Classen last week producing the goods on the Saturday night. That's the time when you have to do it. Last time I was here, I gave a massive check to
59.
Raymond Smith. What a champions night that was. My favourite night so far, the MODUS Super Series. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. And Raymond
60.
Smith was a deserved winner in the end. And these are the types of money, these are the types of accolades that these players are striving for right now. There's Andy Bolton just now sucking on a sweet, maybe just a bit of sugar. That's where the experience comes in. It's certainly working.
140.
There's plenty of decent players still to join this week's action as well. The likes of Alan Tabban, Ryan Palmer, Scott Walters.
180.
See plenty more of those. We'll hear plenty more of those. Paul Hinks, a man who knows exactly how to handle a microphone.
Will we see another one? You might look at the bull last start, but that was such a good
100.
first start there.
Gary
He probably
161.
that was begging for more. But Gary Stone 161, the champagne finish. Now it's about just setting a one treble is a must. Again, he may look at the bull.
90. Andy O'Carr
So
122.
18s will be the route here for Andy Bolton. 4 of them leaves the bull. 6 leaves double 7. Well, he was attempting kind of safe dart at the
97.
double there.
Gary
Could have
O'Carr
left double
71.
16 and he snuck it in.
And his reaction there, I think when he let go of that, he's asking that. Even I'm thinking that's close. But when Andy Bolton threw for that bull, he thought it was in. Well, this top's going for Stone. I
51.
just felt that was a touch
Andy
rushed.
O'Carr 25.
If I look back on that dart there, I just felt a little bit more composure. They're the types of things he needs to do, because I can't see Bolton missing 2 darts at double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Andy Bolton.
And you can see how much it means to him. You can see every time a winning dart goes in, because a lot of pressure's on him. Like I said, he only last week at the Pro Tour, the Players' Championships 3 and 4, he played a Premier League
Gary
player
to
in
throw
Chris
first,
Dobie and
game
beat
on.
him. So he knows he's the form horse, big favourite. But every time you look when someone's got the dart against you, all you want to hear is a treble of score.
100.
And that first dart was plumbing the treble, and Gary Stone trudgingly walks back, because I think that first dart was begging for more.
He knows that he has been the dominant force, the aggressor in this
99.
battle, but it's the finishing of Andy Bolton that's got him level in the game. He's been outscored by Stone in this match.
93.
Well, you see it, 3 180s for Gary Stone to go with his other 7 3-figure scores in the game. That column might be about to change for Bolton as well.
180.
And the juicy wiggle. We're going to be seeing an awful lot of that. This is
180.
fantastic darts. Absolute quality from the pair of them.
Yeah, 6 maximums in 4 and a bit legs.
Did you see them before the game? Laughing and joking.
140. Gary
As
O'Carr
soon as you hear that
128.
game on, it's business, business. And treble 18 for still leaves an opportunity to finish with treble 20. So again, after that first start, was begging for a
92.
treble 18.
Andy O'Carr
And that leaves
82.
double 8. This 82 is now a must hit. But these are the types of finishes you're going to have to hit if you're going to break Gary Stone this week. He's going to have 1 dart at tops. This could be the deciding dart of the whole
62.
match.
Gary
And
O'Carr
it just
36.
goes low.
So Stone, he has squandered 6 darts at double
Game
in this
shot on the
game, but he
fifth
doesn't
leg.
miss
Gary
that,
Stone.
and that could be the crucial one.
Remember that dart, 5th leg, 1 dart, Andy Bolton the tops. They're the types of darts this week players are going to have to do if
Sixth
they're
leg
going to
Andy
break
to throw
Gary Stone,
first.
because
Game
his
on.
scoring power is just absolutely immense. And Andy Bolton's probably just getting used to that slight delay as you start a leg, and each time at the MODUS Super Series. Probably itching to get on the board. 2 well-thrown darts. It's begging for a ton.
60.
Look at those numbers, though. From the man winning the match, 101 average, 4 180s.
59.
Back in the Scotland team is Gary Stone. He said, part of me, he said, I'm absolutely delighted to be back, but the fact that there's no Ross Montgomery and Alan Suter does make it a little bit more difficult for him. But he said, once I put that shirt on, that all goes out the window. What a wonderful addition he is to the Scottish team with darts like this. 5 in this match, 2 in the previous game. Gary Stone is determined. Gary Stone is here to win it this week.
Well, that's remarkable, isn't it? 7 180s already today. Andy Bolton not far behind him either.
140.
Can't quite complete a hat-trick for himself in the match. Surely not another.
The whole day has been
98.
absolute... And he's thinking. That is a stupid thing to say, Glenn, but he's thinking because he could easily have gone for treble 20 because he's in the moment. But that last dart, it leaves him a finish with a 164.
81. Gary O'Carr,
And how about Stone sealing it in style? Not going to do it. How handy can he leave it?
41.
And that's the bit I don't like it, Gary. Just get your data. Don't show your opponent that you're feeling down because this man will gobble it up. That leaves 66. So he just double checks there with the ref, looks at Gary Stone's score and realises he has to use the bull. And it's bull it is. Last time he felt it was in.
90. Gary O'Carr, 123.
What a way to finish this would be.
Yeah, just saw Bolton fail to take it out. And he won't manage it either. A little wry smile before a head shake from Stone. Yeah, as you said, Glenn, he's
55.
doing all this in
Andy
front of
O'Carr,
Andy Bolton,
33.
showing him exactly how he's feeling about things.
Well, if Alan cares watching, get hold of him tonight, Alan. Tell him. Now
17.
here is your chance, Gary
Gary
Stone.
O'Carr, 68.
These are the types of finish we love. You probably guaranteed a dart at, because he's got the big target there, the 8 and the 16. 1 dart at tops. Bolton couldn't do it.
Shot on the match.
But
Gary Stone.
Gary Stone certainly did. He has been super, super impressive. All the talk this morning has been about Andy Bolton, the red-hot favourite. Value for money. Gary Stone, there was talk about him. Very confident when chatting with him. And they're both laughing and smiling there in a sense that Bolton won't be too down. Gary Stone will be walking on water. Andy Bolton hasn't done bad, too bad so far. Great stats there. Look at that. 4 from 10 on the checkouts from Gary Stone. But it was all about that missed dart at tops from Andy Bolton. And Gary Stone executed it with absolute perfection. Next up, the travel partners of Lee Shewan and Robert Rickwood. One not to miss.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
The top international darts competition where we're seeing some top darts. It was a battle of the Scots in match 4, and it was Gary Stone who ran out a 4-2 victor against Andy Bolton. 97.5 average for Stone. 7 180s, split 5-2 in Stone's favour, and 4 out of 10 on the doubles, giving Gary Stone a 4-2 success. So for him, that is a case of 2 in 2. Up next for us, it's Lee Shewan up against Robert Rickwood in our 5th game of the session. Now, these two actually travelled down to the venue in Portsmouth together, where there was a little bit of an incident involving a turn-off when Robert Rickwood was driving on his way down. So the man who famously said he can't speak, well, according to Lee Shewan, he can't drive either. But Robert Rickwood does have a right of reply, and he did say that it wasn't his fault. So I'm just going to leave that for them to settle, and maybe they can settle it on the oche whilst we hand back to Murph and Glenn.
Yeah, from Stone to the Rock, as Robert Rickwood begins his quest for a first victory, trying to deny his friend a second. The cobbler, Lee Shewan, got a win over Wolfie in his opener in Group A. 4-2 success for him. It was a 4-1 defeat at the hands of Gary Stone for Robert Rickwood, but no shame in that based on what we've seen from the Super Scot so far today. Long marathon Group A, of course, played over 3 days, but
game on.
Already up against it if you lose your first 2 matches. So Robert certainly hoping to avoid that here. Lee Shewan, though, it wasn't the greatest game against Martin Adams, but
70
managed to do the right things at the right time.
Yeah, I just think getting the 2 points on the board, I would say would settle down, but it's very tough when you're playing such a good friend. I mean, they travelled down together and jokingly arguing
44.
this morning whose fault it was that they went the wrong way. God knows how they turned and left at Southampton, because I can't remember ever to go in that way, and I'm coming from up north.
60.
Very confident. 18-1 to win the group was Robert Rickwood this morning. I think that's nothing on how good of a player Robert Rickwood is, but I think it's more of a
100
indication in how good the other 5 players are this week. But that was a massive price if you are a Rickwood fan.
Well, we've seen him go far in these tournaments. He's reached
96.
the final before on a Saturday night, so he knows what it takes to go deep.
What's this? I can't speak, because he did mention something to me that Wayne Mardle had nicked his saying.
135.
Well, it comes from a famous rugby league commentator,
that.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's
60.
Robert has been taking that off, and I think Wayne was introduced to it by his good friend and colleague Rod Studd, who of course covers rugby league himself.
180.
Not going to have much of a voice left is Paul Hinks today with these 180s.
134.
Well, I've already lost
Robert
count.
Dugal, 42.
15.
There we go.
That might sound good, but we have got a little screen here which tells me how many 180s hit.
Game shot
At
on the
least one of
first
us is
leg.
alert.
Robert Rickwood.
And that's what it's all about, the doubles there.
Yeah, Robert Rickwood certainly alert, isn't he? In this one, off the mark with a fabulous 14 dart leg.
And more importantly, a breaker throw as well.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Now, he always found it tough playing good friends, and Lee Shewan, his best friend of them all, a kid he'd known since nursery, played football and snooker together.
140.
Jordan Brooks, and then they draw each other at Lakeside. I found it tough playing Jim Williams and Jamie Hughes up there. God knows what it felt like to be playing Jordan. He said he absolutely hated every second of it, but he knew the winner would set up that dream match against Wayne Warren.
Yeah, no mates on the hockey, we're led to believe.
45.
But it must be difficult
Like I said, in just that last game there, they were joking before and after, which was nice to see. And the best players in the world will put that to one side. And, you know, it's business when you get up there. And I think the elite players, they do that just so well.
Speaking of elite players, it's
60.
youth against experience next, as Harry Ward returns to take on Martin Adams. Both players having lost their opening encounters.
44.
Yeah, I was looking at the stats of Harry Ward, sort of from Q School, etc. But he was the one today where probably we didn't know an awful lot of where his form is, etc. He has a much bigger barrel as Robert Rickwood than I thought. It would be tough to get 180s in, but he's proved me wrong, because that's 2 now in this match.
Absolutely flying in the game, Robert Rickwood.
I'm going to go upstairs here because it'll leave
97.
the Shanghai, where if he stayed in the 19s, then you're getting in the realms of the 1-2-1 finish. But Rickwood, just don't miss the 20. The treble's the bonus. And like so many players, you get 1 dart at tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's as proficient as that. And that's the kind of finish in Robert Rickwood, which will eradicate the thoughts from your first game and prove them wrong. That 18-1 was a scandalous price.
Game on.
Oh, brilliant. 14 darter, 15 darter. Lee Shewan
97.
just can't get into the game with Rickwood throwing at this level.
Yes, I really enjoyed chatting to Lee this morning.
15.
He won the Northwest ADC qualifier to get here this week. And his biggest ever achievement is playing for England. And what I found fascinating
1 out of them, 40.
is that even now, sometimes he'll open his drawer with his clothes and he'll see the England shirt and he'll just stand and look at it. And I thought I was the only guy who ever did that, because there's something very, very special. No matter what system you support, when you're playing for your country, there's just something happens. And I remember
58.
the first time I bought my England shirt, so I could resonate with him a little bit of exactly how he feels, but he has to now just keep looking forward. And 2 out of 2 wins here would be
100.
absolutely fantastic start for him. But right now, he's under the cosh.
Yeah, Rickwood only started this leg with a score of 15, but he's managed to work his way into
1 out
it.
of them, 40.
That might just kick him over the cliff edge, though.
I do like that camera angle, this one, where you can just sort of see the trajectory of the dart coming in. Once we had one player where the dart was virtually coming from the roof.
Car 66.
So 66, just double checking. You might have thought he was on a different score there, but he should be looking at treble 10 or even bullseye. Treble 10 it is. And so many players with this 1 dart at tops.
26.
And it won't be too disappointing the fact it's gone 1, it's gone above, and 2, that Rickwood is not on a finish. So it's advantage Shewan in this leg.
Yeah, for once in the match, Robert not going out in 15 darts, but Shewan will have to hit with one of these 3, and he does with the first one to halve the deficit in this game. You mentioned laughing and joking before and after the match. This pair are doing it during.
4th leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
The day has been about quality so far. By far the best session of darts I've witnessed here at the MODUS Super Series.
135.
And that trend continues as Rickwood is now circa 102 average. Shewan's still in this game, but his strategy now is quite simple. I have to break him to win this game.
This match 5 of 15 brought to you between now and early afternoon. Live from the MODUS Super Series. All the usual places. Do make sure you are following us at those social media websites you can see on your screen there.
82.
If you do watch us on YouTube, be sure to subscribe and press that notification bell so you know every time we're going live and every time we post any new content.
1 out of them,
be good
40.
to get a few of these friends together, wouldn't it, and have a little bit of a laugh.
Yes, the best contact I had was Adam Warner's fans when he was here. That
134.
whole university darts thing, which I was really making a mess of. So it's always better the week we're here that we've got your feedback.
Yeah, I still have nightmares about Adam Warner's friends, to be honest.
100. Leo Car 160.
I think I was going to get off that stage unscathed.
Yeah, me too. It's not the perfect 2 marks, but he's going to have to stay there, really. He's going to have to try and squeeze it through. It still leaves a 2-dart combination as Rickwood looks at arguably treble 16 is the favourite. But he does look up there. So again, it's that 1 dart at tops, and maybe that's what he was thinking. He did it in leg 1.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Robert
He's
Rickwood.
done it in leg 4. Robert Rickwood, his finishing has been absolutely sublime. 3 darts at the double, 3 hit, 100% checkout rate. Advantage Rickwood.
5th leg leader throw first. Game on.
100% checkout rate, 100 average as well. Faultless from the ruck.
51-year-old, the man from Burnley.
100.
Desperate to get a win under his belt here. And bragging rights on the way home. How well are Burnley playing, by the way?
60.
What a phenomenal side they are.
59. 43. 100.
That's a lovely last start there from Shewan. Just keeps him involved. The thing not to do right now is panic. Just sit behind him. Just concentrate on some part of that room. And just forget the
75.
scoreline. That's what he's doing. He's just looking down. Looks up the hockey now. He's got control of this leg. There's no need to panic. I'd be thinking, just win your darts here. I'm in control.
59.
And then it's time to break Rickwood.
Similar feel, although, of course, Rickwood is on 3 legs, but a similar feel to that match against Martin Adams for Lee Shewan. A higher standard
39.
in the game, but he's still in position to turn it around. Trailed that one 2-1, trails this one 3-1. Slightly tougher task, but he's certainly up to it.
138.
Just slipped into a different treble there, as Rickwood just does a bit of stretching. A bit early in the week to be feeling it, Robert. What a dart there is. He's put on his social media a few times this year. There's 9 darters he's done in practice.
Leo Carl 45.
What he'd give for one of them this week. And Shewan looks at 45. He favours tops. He's hit this once already.
5.
Well, lucky for him, he's got all the time in the world in this leg, seemingly. Rickwood having an off one.
100. Leo Carl 40.
Loving his Super League and county as Lee Shewan at the moment. And them types of match practice.
Game shot
It
on
all
the
goes
5th
well
leg.
for moments
Lee
like
Shewan.
that. What you've got to do is that transition from that county stage, that Super League feeling, to then take it to the MODUS Super Series, to then take it to a lakeside stage. At times I used to
6 leg
pretend
Robert
I
to
was in
throw
my
first.
bedroom when
Game
I was
on.
playing. It's all in the mind. And all you want to hear right now is Rickwood to score 100 less. He needs a treble.
60.
So he is your chance, Lee Shewan, as he sprints to the hockey.
Well,
What he would give for a 140 now.
You mentioned that big, bulbous barrels used, in fact, by both players.
125.
And we saw Robert Rickwood, even though neither of the darts were in the treble, feel like he had to move.
Yeah, I guess the strength and weakness about all darts. Well, I guess it's what feels good.
41.
But they do definitely taper out, don't they? But that big 5 from Shewan will be frustrating. That will feel good because that is so close to the treble 1. Maybe.
140.
Maybe just God is on your side here. It's absolutely bizarre what goes through your mind when you're up there. And once again, that's right in the corner. You'd be disappointed with that.
85.
His level has dropped, and Lee Shewan's hasn't. And he's going to get the chance to break and force a decider.
You're just rushing
55.
for them darts. That transition from letting go of your dart, that follow through to getting your dart out of your hand. He just needs to just take his time on that. Rickwood looks the more composed right now, despite the
85.
fact he's well behind in this leg, because it's 50 in front for Shewan and these darts. What he would give for a treble here.
100.
And once again, that last dart will feel great. That deserved a ton. They were well thrown darts, but 81's not a gimme. So Rick will be thinking 6 darts from 230. And boy, As he put in a dent in
140.
that.
Leo
There's the
car
added
81.
bounce as he walks across, but it's 81 for Shewan. It's 2 darts, a double 12. What a marker that is.
Game shot
What a dart that is. You
Lee
don't need a
Shewan.
commentator. You heard Shewan himself there. You can see the frustration from Rickwood because he wanted that opportunity at 90. Our first time of the week, and it's gone 3-3.
Seventh and
Lee
final
Shewan,
leg
who's
leader
been
throw
second
first.
best for
Game
most
on.
of this match, Murph, has got the darts as well.
Yeah, but Rickwood's level really has tailed off in this match, hasn't it? He was playing far superior to Shewan, playing out of
60.
his skin, really. But he's lost his way a little bit in the match. Can he find it at the right time?
70.
Now that hurts. That hurts when that first dart goes in, you're minimum 100. And then to hit 2 5s, that's hard to bounce back. But
60.
hasn't been executed by Shewan. 6 darts thrown and 6 big 20s hit.
Wayward again. That's 3 darts in a row in the big 5 for
34.
Robert Rickwood, and then 1 in the treble 3.
Both are feeling it. Who wants it most? I think both of them at this moment are trying too hard. In that last
96.
leg decider, a treble feels like gold dust. That treble 19 for Lee Shewan. You can just see the way he's walking back now. Now he's thinking, how am I going to go on and win this game? And if Rickwood doesn't hit a treble here,
100.
what a dart that is. All to play for.
Brilliant. From Shewan, who
87.
we said just felt like he was in the match, even at 3-1 behind, and he's proved that to be the case. Can Rickwood find a second treble to be on a finish first?
100.
He can't.
Didn't like that last dart, Murph. I thought that second dart was covering that treble.
Yeah, maybe he could have switched, but
83.
oh, that's a big last dart. Looked like the door was going to be wide open for Robert Rickwood here, but now he finds himself still standing outside the garden
57.
fence.
Leo car 115.
Well, like 19's first dart, but because he's a tops player, all he's thinking about is that treble 20 first dart. Now just take your time, work out what you need. Back on the treble 20 bed.
59.
And then he's got
Robert
the Robin
Car
Hood
140.
when he last needs it. And Robert Rickwood, who's at a 140 finish today? Surely not. All he can do is hit a fat 20.
100.
And
Leo
these are the
car
moments you
76.
practice. These are the types of finishes I say to people. Make sure you practice these darts because it will come when you need it most. It's double 18 for the
Game
biggest
shot
dart
in
of the match.
Lee Shewan.
What a finish. Lee Shewan, second best in the majority of that game. Robert Rickwood been feeling sick as a pig right now because he had total control of that game. And Lee Shewan could have lost to Martin Adams, could have lost to Rickwood. But it's Shewan who's played 2-1-2 and he'd be feeling rather good despite the fact that Robert Rickwood was 100% on the outer ring. That was a battle royal and it's Shewan that comes through. And it's young versus old. Is that unfair for Adams? Young versus old, but it's Harry Ward versus Martin Adams next. What a game that's going to be. Both will want to get points on the board. Someone will join us soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lee Shewan has got the better of Robert Rickwood in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Improved performance from the pair. Shewan winning with an average of 86.5, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, whilst Rickwood 88 average and 3 out of 3 on the outer ring. But it was the cobbler who took the points. Well, this is the final match of the second round of fixtures for the day. It sees Martin Adams back in action up against Harry Ward. Harry, who got lost out to Andy Bolton in the opening game. Average 80 in that one, but it was a superb performance by Andy Bolton in that one. Martin Adams on the other end of the scoreline against Lee Shewan. So let's get into this one then and hand back to Glenn and to Chris.
Thank you so much, Henry. I'm looking forward to this game. Both will want to get points on the board now. Harry Ward, a former PDC Pro Tour card holder and a Pro Tour winner, Players' Championship winner, decided to hand his card over to get his work-life balance right, and he feels like he's ready to come back and play some proper darts again. Great to see where up against Martin Adams, and after the first match loss against, albeit against Andy Bolton, was fantastic. I guess the least person you want to see in front of you is Martin Adams. So once again, this is a fascinating game. I can't really pick a winner here. I think it's there. I think both players will feel that they can win this game.
Yeah, if you're going on the first match,
First
you'd
leg, Harry
probably
to
go
throw
for
first.
Harry Ward
Game
based
on.
on performance. If you go for the rest of the live, you'd probably go for Martin Adams. Ward has the slender advantage of throwing first.
85.
Yeah, big game for the pair of them, having lost in their first and knowing that Stone and Shewan are going to play before either throw again. Could find themselves
49.
a long way behind the top of the table.
Yeah, good point. Someone's going to be sat on 0 points here, and after the next game, someone's going to be sat on 6 points, and
100.
that's a big margin just halfway through day one. Gary Stone's been impressive, hasn't he? He's been the star man so far. Have you seen over the years in MODUS where someone's dominated the week?
55.
I've yet to sort of see that, where from Group A they've done it and then won Saturday night as well.
Yeah, there used to be a little bit of a feeling that it was a curse to win Group A and come into Saturday night a little bit rusty, but that seems to have ended in recent weeks. We've seen players win Group A and then go on and win finals night.
I think the week Raymond
60.
Smith won it, I thought he was the real dominant force that week, albeit I think on Champions Night he was quite lucky to, at times, maybe lucky is an unfair word.
Yeah, you might
40.
dominate in points, in terms of points and match wins, but in this short format, you're going to get embroiled in some proper battles at some point, aren't you? And often they can come in the semi-finals, finals on Saturday nights.
31.
Don't forget, of course, the new start time, 7:30, Saturday evenings now.
Yeah, I think that's good for the crowd getting in as well. I've noticed the crowds look bigger and bigger on a Saturday night here, which
96.
is it's great. Just adds that that cherry on the cake for these guys all qualifying on Saturday night. It's a great venue, and when you get a good crowd in there, it's electric. But the acoustics of the building are fantastic, and they all want to
78.
be there. And Harry Ward
Car 57.
will be looking at a big 17. He does that fairly comfortably in 2 darted tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Total
Harry
control
Ward.
of that first leg, and Martin Adams will have concerns, not just with the poor scoring, but the fact he's just dropping low. And he just done a shrug of a shoulder at one point, because normally Martin doesn't give an awful lot away.
First. Game on.
And it's just not working for him right now, and he needs a catalyst. He needs something, a switch to be turned on from somewhere. And it needs to happen right now.
It has been a trend of his to have at least one bad day a week at the Super Series, and
60.
that bad day coming on day one probably makes it more difficult to recover from, because you haven't got anything positive to kind of draw on from earlier in the week.
93.
I joined the BDO in 2011, I think it was, Murph, and I watched Adams, what time he got to venues and how he prepared, when he practiced. Little did he know I was stalking him for
140.
12 months. He was always very close to Merv King when I sort of first started, when I wasn't travelling.
Really?
Yeah, he was. They would practice together. They would.
57.
You wouldn't put Merv King and Martin Adams 100% together, would you?
Yeah, there's some interesting blows. Martin Adams not the type, but I know that Phil Taylor, if you were watching him, he would lead you down the garden path. A few little
100.
stories about Phil Taylor. He once had Raymond van Barneveld practicing with him at home, and he played with Barney, practiced for a while, and then said to Raymond, right, I'm going to have to go and do my special
135.
practice now for an hour. Didn't tell Raymond where he was going. Raymond's just left there in Phil's house wondering what this special practice is, unbeknown to Barney that Taylor was just upstairs reading the newspaper for an hour.
Mind games. What
81.
goes on between them two lugs? I have learned so much. Harry Ward, 140, be a bit of a must here. What darts these are.
120.
That's unfortunate.
Matthew Carr, 120.
Could have been pointing into the board, but was pointing away from it, so no score for that. Adams looking to score the Shanghai shot, climbing the ladder to tops.
100. How do you acquire 96?
And we felt he needed a spark. I just felt after that first dart, that may have been it. The opportunities here. Is it a double-double? But he felt that was a decent marker there to set
Matthew
it up.
Carr, 20.
But it's over to Adams on his unfavoured side of the dartboard.
Yeah, I saw him struggle with his target in the previous match.
Game shot on the second leg.
He soon
Martin
put that
Adams.
right, and he soon rectified the scoreline in this one.
And that's the quality of the man. He was languishing way back, and on an average, I won't even
Galley to throw
mention
first. Game on.
for Martin Adams after that first leg. But despite being at his best and on his C game,
140.
it is only 1-1. I know I shouldn't have favourites, but I do like Harry Ward. I do want him to do well. He's just a genuinely nice guy, and you want to see good things happen to nice guys. But no
95.
favouritism, I promise. Started playing when he was 12-year-old, did Harry Ward.
85.
With brother-in-law Nick, they were one short in his local boozer. And Harry Ward picked up a set of darts, and that night was the best player, and the rest of the players couldn't understand. He just had that natural ability.
125.
Makes you sick, doesn't it? Were you a natural, or is something you really had to work at?
No, I was a billiards player. So again, a similar story. So I played billiards, and anyone who doesn't know, that's on a snooker table with just 3 balls on cannons and in-offs, and we were one short, and I played the last game, hit a double 13 to win the match, and I'd never had the feeling in billiards that winning dart going in the double 13.
121.
And by then,
I was 142.
Then I was hooked. As Ward looks at 142. What a dart that is. Options. And they lit a fat 17 now.
88.
Well, that was the
Matthew Carr,
intention.
160.
I've got a similar story myself, Glenn, actually. My local pub was short of a player, so I played once, and they never asked me again.
That just sums up his morning so far. And I'll say so far because you will not see Martin Adams
120.
play poorly all week.
54.
He'll be up and running very, very soon. But so Ward has to get this tops before Adams gets his mojo going.
44.
And he doesn't. He just
Matthew
bends
Carr,
them wires.
40.
And far from his best, Adams from nowhere. He's got that average right up. This tops. It's all about the wires at the moment for these two players.
30.
He moved
Bends
that,
that
one,
one.
yeah.
Carr, 10.
Clearly nudged the wire. Harry Ward looking at the same target. He goes the other side of it, so has to burn a dart to leave a double.
Game shot on the third
Sneaks that
leg.
in the
Harry
corner.
Ward.
Probably one of the worst darts thrown at double there, but it was the one that went in.
And I think that's what the wry smile is. I'm just looking to sort of see if there's anything with Harry Ward. I just think a smoother
Fourth leg,
release
Martin
from
to
him.
throw first.
A
Game
win
on.
for Harry Ward, I think, would really, really settle him down for the week, because that real push of the dart he's doing, I think it could be a lot smoother. I've stood behind. He's just one of them players when he stands behind the game, he just makes the game look ridiculously easy. And I just think he's desperate to get a match under his belt to settle.
180.
Said Adams wouldn't play bad for too long.
Yeah, brilliant opening.
96.
Missed the chance to win that previous leg. We saw in that stat pack from Martin Adams earlier, best leg at the Super Series 9. Well, he's hit 4 of them here. Make it 5. And now
180.
he's 141 away from hitting yet another 9-dart finish at the age of 66.
The excitement
46.
rises.
Matthew Carr 141.
My God, I'm getting nervous. Come on, Martin.
Do we boo together? Boo. Would he be doing the Wolfie howls had he
43.
produced the perfection there?
Yes, I stood behind Martin when he missed double 12 for a 9 at Lakeside. It was oh, the atmosphere. Wow, it was
46.
just, he had them in the
Martin
palm of
Yupan,
his hands.
98.
It was just the Lakeside crowd, it was just the Wolfie crowd, wasn't it? And that's why he loves the place. But so many players can lose a leg of dart from having 9 darters, so he'll be just focused on getting the job done.
74.
And he won't panic just yet. As Harry Ward's still in the 300s.
Yeah, and so high that he needed everything
81. Martin
to
Yukan,
leave any kind of
24.
outshot. So Adams will return after 12, once double 12.
Game
It's
shot on the fourth
fabulous leg of
Martin
darts from
Adams.
Wolfie. Back-to-back ton 80s, out in 13, all square at 2-2.
Yeah, there was a moment after Adams lost the first match and he
Before I
went
got into
1-0
the
down.
first,
He
game on.
shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't really sure what was happening. And something sort of just happened, and maybe them 280s with that catalyst, that spark we've been talking about.
140.
But Harry Ward must remember he has the darts. Adams has to break. And with scores like 140, we'll keep him in firm control. And all Adams will try to do is replicate exactly that.
140.
Job done. Remember a match coming up after this between the early pace setters. Match 3 features
140.
Gary Stone and Lee Shewan.
Both these players have got the scoring boots on in this leg. I don't like that setup, but he won't go at the 19s. He'll just move, widen the bed. And that's exactly what it is. All you're doing, you're floating it over that dart.
140.
140, 140 for the pair of them.
It's turned into a really good game, this. Adams has
78.
massively lifted his level from game 1 to game 2.
Another 140 here. Will he be taking the grips of this game? Big dart.
140.
Big man.
Adiuka 143.
What about this for a big shot? Not going to take it, so Adams will come back for 81.
100.
What
Martin
a
Yuka,
last
81.
dart that was. Not that Adams will be bothered at all. He just has eyes for... And he'll be looking at... He likes to go the treble. It'll be close. But it's bullseye for Adams.
Game shot on the
Right
fifth leg.
in the
Martin
bison.
Adams.
Well, it's remarkable, isn't it? He actually hit back-to-back 180s at the start of the previous leg, but that leg was done in fewer darts.
Yeah, just sometimes
Six
when
leg
you're up
Martin
against
gets through
top
first.
quality players. I
Game on.
mean, if it was his school exam, he would have been on a D- for his opening leg and a match previously, but he just finds ways of winning it. That's his frustration today. Just going under the treble bed and sliding into the 1s and 5s. That's all he has to
41.
put right on the practice board right now, but all he must focus on, Adams, and I'm not telling him how to suck eggs, but he just needs to get these 2 points, and I just think we'll see the real Adams.
55.
I think a loss here for Ward, it could be quite a difficult day for him after that, because he probably did feel he had chances to win this match.
Yeah, well, he would have seen how Adams played in the first match and seen that carry on in the first 3 legs of this one. And then
95.
from 2-1 behind, Adams has thrown 25 darts to get ahead.
I mean, Harry's still playing local league, so he still knows how to win games.
140.
And the reason I'm sort of saying that is there was a period I forgot how to win a game, and I was just thinking with Harry Ward, that lack of match practice, it's really, really important that you're still winning games, and local league is so fundamental to any play. Even the elite players are still,
60.
if they've got a week off, throwing in a Super League game or a local league game, and that's what I would say to Harry, just keep winning games.
59.
Knowing how to play and knowing how to win, isn't it?
Bit of shoulder coming to that one from Adams. He's thinking about it. He wants it. There was no thought of going on the 18s, which many players would have done on 305.
60.
And here's the chance for Ward, just as we were beginning to wax lyrical a little bit about Adams, but he'll hate that.
The match is
77.
getting competitive all of a sudden. 4-1, 4-2, 4-2, 4-2, the first four, and then 4-3 the previous encounter. An opportunity for this one to go to a decider, but Martin Adams has other ideas.
140. Out of your car, 170.
It's fifth 140 this game for Adams. Once again, he's just not following through with that arm.
125.
That's a beautiful riposte.
Out of your car, 105.
This is for the match.
And he's going to get a dart this time. That is favoured double. Double 16 for Wolfie.
73.
Just
Out of your
the
car,
wrong side of the
45.
wire. Ward gets a reprieve.
Yeah, heard Martin there. Same target. Will it be a different outcome?
13.
It won't.
Out of your car,
Opportunity knocks
32.
for Martin Adams.
Double 8.
Game shot on the
And
match.
so
Martin
Wolfie
Adams.
wins. Martin Adams turned on the style in the middle of that match. A 13 darter and a 12 darter. Could have had a 9 darter when he hit back-to-back ton 80s in leg 4. But he does get to 4 legs, and he does get his first win of the week, defeating Harry Ward, still without one after all of the players have played 2 games. And after the break, it will be the 2 players who've won both of those games, as Gary Stone takes on Lee Shewan. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're after 2 rounds of fixtures. Glenn Durant is with me up here on the balcony to assess what we have seen. And Glenn, it's fair to say everyone's had one very good game today. Even the players who lost their opening match, every single one had an improvement of level in their second. Yeah,
it's been absolutely fantastic. One of the best sessions of darts I've been involved with the MODUS Super Series. And you know, Gary Stone has been absolutely fantastic, hasn't he? That game with Andy Bolton was just an absolute cracker. Still all to play for. Like I said, it's very, very early in the proceedings, but what a brilliant start from all 6 players. We always talk about, and we have the last couple of weeks, about the tour card holders who have dropped into this competition after not retaining the Q score. We've seen a mixed bag from some, but Andy Bolton has just kicked into gear perfectly. Yeah, he shouldn't be disappointed because it was a high-quality affair in their loss to Gary Stone, and I think Andy Bolton's been absolutely brilliant this week, and he will play a big, big part in what happens for the rest of the week. Well, let's have a quick check then of the table. Following 2 rounds of fixtures in Group A, it's Gary Stone who leads the way with Lee Shewan level on 4 points. And even with Lee Shewan, that first game we saw bits about, and then that second one we saw real inflation of his performance. Yeah, I had a good chat with Lee, and he feels confident about the week. And the big thing for me this game, the winner goes on to 6 points. Harry Ward and Robert Rickwood on 0 points will be looking. That's a big margin. So someone can really stamp their authority on this group here. Gary Stone will probably be favourite going into the game, but Lee Shewan is very, very confident right now and just seems to be battling and getting through the games. And having that nous, that match play, you know, sometimes winning ugly is something that Lee Shewan seems to have. And, you know, Gary Stone, for me, if his demeanour's right, when his mind is good, he is a very, very top-notch opponent. And once again, this has all the ingredients to be a great match. Can Harry Ward count himself unlucky? Harry Ward will be learning lessons this week. Harry Ward is a phenomenal player, a fantastic young talent, but he's out of the game a little bit. And he'll just learn where he needs to be. I think he'll get better as the week goes on. Well, let's reflect a little bit more on week 3 by having a look at some of the stats from last week. It's on the screen now. We saw 8 averages a ton of plus. Danny Lauby with a 104.06. He actually lost his semi-final with an average of 102 in that magnificent match against Jack Main, which you've got a spare 5 minutes this evening, is available on our YouTube channel. Jared Cole with a 170 finish. We had 14 legs, won in under 5 visits. Now that is impressive. That shows the standard. Yeah, the 21 bull finishes as well. I mean, there's some brilliant stats there, but there's one stat missing. It must be average time per game, because it was a lightning quick week. I mean, some of the quickest players in Klassen, and you know, Dan Lauby must be up there with Ricky Evans right now as the quickest player in the world. So it was a brilliant week last week, and a fantastic winner in Yellow Klassen. That game between Moreno Blom and Danny Lauby, there was one that was done in 6 minutes and 3 seconds, and there was a game that went 5 legs. It was the quickest 5-leg game we've ever seen here at the Super Series. So it was a fantastic week's worth of action, but this week's coming up to the boil already in a similar vein. This is the best group I've been involved in, and like I said, the match, you know, that we've got upcoming now is 2 unbeaten players, and you know, they're both itching to get started. And yeah, the winner of this goes on to 6 points. That is a big statement to make halfway through day 1. You better let them get on with it. It's Gary Stone up against Lee Shewan up next. Glenn, you ready for the little rundown to the comms box? I'm sprinting. He's going to get the sprint on, he's going to get the jog on, and he's going to join Chris Murphy. Chris.
And it's a march to the top of the table for whoever wins this match. The 2 players so far unbeaten. Gary Stone, the Scot, 41 years old, looking to remain rock solid. And Lee Shewan, the Fleetwood flinger, looking to carry on his perfect start to the day. Something has got to give in this one, and whoever wins it will be sitting pretty at the peak of the pile. Stone perhaps the more spectacular of the pair in terms of performances, particularly that 180 hole that he's amassed across his first couple of matches. Really has been on point in that department.
114.
And almost added another to the tally as well. But based on what we've witnessed so far, however
96.
It happens, you might say that Gary looks set in stone to make it through to Saturday's session, and Lee, well, he could be a shoo-in as well.
You just nicked my joke there. I did have that one wrote down, but I tell you what, it's a bit nippy in there. So just that Monday morning feel.
140.
I mean, it's a red hot sort of match that we've seen so far. I think the quality today has been brilliant, and you know, this guy is right at the forefront of that. A frightening amount of 180s hitting by the Scotsman already. That's 8.
I must admit, I did notice overnight that the
121.
temperature has regressed, dropped back to sort of Christmas levels, hasn't it? But a hot streak from Gary Stone and double 18 for a dozen dart leg.
103.
And a very aggressive route there with Lee Shewan on 144. So Lee will be like, oh, that's a bit cheeky. Should have gone 11 bull. I'll prove that by pinging in this 144. And that's exactly what he was thinking. He wanted to prove a point to Gary Stone there, saying, how dare you go for the 25.
84.
With me sat on 144.
18.
What does he go for now? Straight for it. Sign of confidence, assertive, authoritative and effective.
Yes, he's... yeah, and once again, so magnanimous there was Lee Shewan. Great darts. And that was thanked there by Gary Stone. 2 players at the top of their game right now. Scary averages, albeit after 1 leg. It's about maintaining them scores. But I just feel that guy in your picture right now, he's the man to beat.
Well, it doesn't seem to have been a leg gone by without him hitting a maximum so far today.
81.
Yeah, does his tips unfortunately fell at the first fence today, but did have Gary Stone in this one.
99.
And like I said, Gary Stone he's that 180 that he hits 1 per leg.
180.
Par for the course, isn't it?
I need to get a mention to Alan Kerr to give me a message later, Alan, because your boy is doing great here. Just make sure you're telling him. And Lee Shewan, how dare you doubt Paul Hinks? You naughty boy.
I'm not satisfied with just the 1 per leg.
180.
Just disgusting averages here.
Well, he's in double figures, isn't he, for maximums, Gary Stone?
125. Gary O'Carr,
quite
60.
stunning.
But this is where Boring Border Dozer comes in. This is impressive more than 180. A 2-dart combo.
40.
What is it that Bobby George
120.
coined?
Yes, absolutely. Only Eggheads. I want an Eggheads with that team name. Do you know that? That was our name. Not that I ever mentioned
Gary
it.
O'Carr 20.
It's double 10 for Stone. His scoring has been phenomenal.
On the second leg.
And
Gary Stone.
If he complements that with finishing of the highest degree, Gary Stone could run away with this Group 8. Look at them stats. I mean, Lee Shewan 2-0 down, averaging 101.
Throw Gary to throw first. Game on.
Gary Stone is riding a crest of a wave right now, and it's a lovely, lovely feeling, let me tell you that.
45.
It was Keegan Brown you were on against on.
Yeah, he was
Wasn't
good.
it? Yeah,
he was good.
Quite a few people have been on that show. Kirk Bevins, the referee, has been on there as well.
Certainly not the level. I'm not at the level of Kirk.
Countdown. His forte as well, a champion on that. At least Shewan facing a bit of a conundrum here in trying to turn this one around.
Great to hear. We've got people on Twitter. Well, please get involved this week. 96. It's so much better when we can have the questions from you. I'm even getting some compliments here, so I won't read that one out. And there's a bit about
58.
Bo Greaves. So just while we've got a bit of a lull here, Bo Greaves, 3 wins out of 4 yesterday. You commentated on it. I thought the women's series was absolutely fabulous. So record numbers.
Yeah, record numbers, record
43.
prize fund. They've built it, haven't they, the PDC, and the women have turned up and supported the tour. And there are more contenders as well. Even though Bo Greaves is a dominant force, she's won now 11 of the last 12 events. And Mikuru Suzuki has been in final after final, getting one as well. But there are other players
99.
To the deep end, players that you might not have thought would. Kim Holden, for example.
I didn't know her. Where's she from?
Birkenhead.
Is she?
Taxi driver, yeah.
59.
Former footballer as well. Yeah, interesting story she had. But yeah, and I think it's worth just saying how remarkable it was that Bo Greaves actually managed to win 10 titles in a row and 70 matches in a row.
Fantastic. So 62 left. He just probably just double check that with, and he's doing that. So he'll be looking at treble 10, I would guess.
107.
What?
Leo Carr 101.
A set-up play. He's got everything as Gary Stone right now. Lee Shewan is just in a barrage. So what do you do in a barrage? You hit someone back. And that's where they disappoint, because with 101, you have to hit a treble.
Carr 36.
Yeah, was jabbing away, but couldn't land a big blow there. And he's in danger of being blown away, because Gary Stone is 3 up and 1 away from a whitewash win in this top of the table tie.
Gary Stone has been phenomenal. 92 average in his first game.
97.66.
Not just the average in that game, but beating someone of the caliber of Andy Bolton. And this one is averaging over a 100. It's,
85.
What you call a phenomenal start.
Switching here, having blocked the treble 20 bet, but can't find a treble 19 either. So, well, Lee Shewan came from 2-1 behind, didn't he, to win his first match? 3-1 behind to win his second match. How about 3-0 behind to win the third?
It's a big ask. Just purely because of the person he's playing right now.
100.
The only thing that would stop Gary right now is just moments of lack of concentration.
If he does do that, Shewan, he'll have to change his nickname to
58.
Boomerang, won't he? Keeps coming back.
Cobblers.
Well, hasn't yet got a foothold in this match.
59.
That might be about to change.
For a treble-less visit would mean that
58.
Gary Stone is due a 180. He hasn't had one for 9 darts. There's the grit. Because what he's thinking right now is
45.
probably,
Leo Carr
in his mind,
160.
already won the game. And now he's thinking, Gary, concentrate. And all Shewan can do is just keep jabbing away. 80 scored, so he's looking at treble 16.
96.
Which I like on Gary Stone on 239, because a treble 16 there would have left double 16.
Just lost his range a little bit, Gary
45.
Stone.
Leo Carr 64.
And people who have obsessions with averages, he's been around the 107 mark. Went down to 100 in the last leg as Lee Shewan looks at double 8.
48.
Gary Stone's average is now just a mere 90. All because of one bad leg.
Well, yeah, it's not just the fact that he stopped hitting 180s.
100.
He's kind of stopped hitting trebles,
Leo
hasn't
Carr
he?
16.
It's just sometimes the focus. I think he's won the game in his mind, and you know, thinking about them 6 points, Lee Shewan, that's 2 well thrown darts. Just widens the bed.
Game shot on the 4th
When
leg.
you widen
Lee
the bed,
Shewan.
just gives you opportunities by moving over. So very, very sensible from Shewan. We said he could come back from 2-1 and 3-1. We pretty much said in jest, coming back from 3-0 against Gary Stone. Well,
Gary to throw first. Game on.
first job of holding your throw done. Now you've got to break this man.
It would be an almighty
60.
great escape if Shewan were to overturn this deficit and upset the odds, but now he's in the gravy.
139. $100.
Better from Stone. May only be a ton, but a couple of the darts were right there or thereabouts.
97.
Yeah, massive favourite in this game is Gary Stone, even though
44.
Lee Shewan is beginning to make his mark. And you look at the 19s with Lee Shewan on 265, because that probably now gives him a shot at the 170. That's even better now. And look at that camera angle.
133.
That just shows you exactly what he does. And all of a sudden, all he had to do, Glenn says, is break Gary Stone here.
97. Leo Carr
'Cause
132.
Gary Stone has got the tendency, if things aren't going his way, he will show his opponent that he's not liking what's happening. Now, he hasn't gone for the bullseye of the 132
60.
because one treble 20 there would have left double 16. 3 well thrown darts. For 72 is not a gimme, I would say, to Gary Stone. And if a 140 here would put all the pressure in the world on
Leo
this
Carr
72. But these are the types of finishes if you're going to be beating players like Gary Stone. And sorry for repeating myself, and that is not what you want to do.
17 for the Bolt. Couldn't
29.
bail himself out of trouble, and now
16.
Stone gets a match-winning opportunity. Well, at least it's out of the way. One dart at tops, and
Game
it's all
shot
he
on the mark,
needs.
Gary Stone.
Stone sees off Shewan. It was electrifying stuff at the start of the match. He hit 3 180s as he raced into a 3-0 lead and ended up winning by 3 legs. And he's now won 3 matches. Gary Stone defeats Lee Shewan by 4 legs to 1. Average just shy of 90 in the end. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. As I mentioned, the 3 maxes as well. He's well into double figures on 180s from his 3 games so far. Gary Stone, remarkable stuff from him. And he looks like very much the man to beat in this group.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Gary Stone's looking very good, isn't he? 4-1 success against Lee Shewan means that he is the first player to move on to 6 points in the group. 3 wins from 3 and plus 8 now in the legs difference department as well. 3 maximums en route to that success against the Cobbler. Coming up next, Andy Bolton is in action. He's also had a good start to his day. He takes on Martin Adams. We're looking forward to this one. It's England against Scotland once again with Chris Murphy and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yes, I'm looking forward to this one also. A couple of reasons. Andy Bolton, who's had a good start. He came out the traps absolutely flying and then walked into a steam train in Gary Stone. But Martin Adams started very, very slowly. And at 1 match down and 1 leg down, I began to worry. And just something, he sort of was a bit upset with himself of why is it going that bad. But all of a sudden he found a different gear. So Andy Bolton could be walking into the proper Martin Adams, and that then makes it a very interesting game. But we've spoke very, very highly, and I'll probably give Andy Bolton the kiss of death by saying not only did I feel he'd win Group A, but he'll go on to win the week. And that usually does mean the kiss of... And just as Andy Bolton's just rubbing himself there, because it's not the
First leg
warmest
is
in
Andy
there on a
through
Monday morning.
first.
Interesting match,
Game
Murph.
on.
Who do you fancy for this one?
Well, Paul Hinks gets it underway, and Andy Bolton, yeah, he made a sparkling start, didn't he? But it doesn't get any easier. Ran into a solid stone, and now plays a legend in Martin Adams. And
47.
it's very difficult to pick. Asked me 40 minutes ago, I would have said Bolton, definitely. But after we saw Adams in that win against Harry Ward, then I think I might just find a coin and toss it.
Yeah.
81.
The only thing that was interesting what Andy Bolton said about his shoulder, like I said, when you're on the Pro Tour, is it's if you're very successful and you're having a whole day of it, but you do get breaks in between. This is a
140.
tough contest, and he just keeps flexing that shoulder there. He just has to keep moving it. But I think Andy's a big practicer. We talked about him in lockdown, and he was probably the busiest star player out there as a professional player.
60.
But they have to get used to this MODUS Super Series format. You're on, you're off, you're on, you're off, and it's a tough day, it's a tough week. I think the person with the biggest CV who come to the MODUS Super Series is one of the best was
58.
John Henderson, and he came off the back of a couple of weeks of Q School and Challenge Tour, and I just think he got the timing wrong, Detendo. Andy Bolton, I've been intrigued to see how he does this week, but I just don't like what he's doing with that shoulder.
60.
You have to keep peaking, don't you, at the Super Series? It's not like a Pro Tour where once you're beaten, you're out, preparing for the next day. You lose a match, you've got to play again, sometimes
140.
within 15 minutes, sometimes within an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's, I must admit, I looked at Robert Rickwood, who must have been devastated to lose that second game against Lee Shewan because he had it in the bag, let's be fair, and then he's probably got to sit a good hour before he then,
125.
then he plays. So
116.
sometimes when you have a defeat like that, it's great just to get back on the horse.
$60.
Well, Bolton making good progress in leg one. He will get 2 darts at a double when he comes back.
101.
He
And
will
you'll
be
go
under
56.
a little bit of pressure from Martin Adams. He's left a 2-darter of his own. It's tops for the X Factor.
Game shot in the first leg.
And it's a
Andy
yes from me.
Bolton.
Like it. He's just flexing away with that shoulder. Like I said, it's the worrying thing for me there is the fact it's Monday
Something
morning.
like Martin to throw first. Game on.
Really enjoyed talking to Andy this morning. I wasn't sure if he was going to give an awful lot away. You know, someone who's been there, done it, but he was absolutely great to chat to. And we did mention he's got his grandson's birthday today, and he was really proud of his son
125.
at the JDC in Scotland yesterday. It wasn't really all about him. He was just talking a bit about other things, and I tried to get something about him beating Chris Dobie last week, but he wasn't giving anything away. I know they sit together.
100.
Yeah, steely focus he has on the hockey, doesn't he, Andy Bolton? But away from it, he's very bubbly. Good guy to be around, always has time for a chat.
Yes, originally from Stoke.
60.
We met Cayley about 15 years ago, and then became an adopted Scot.
Yeah. What a place to be from as a dart player as well. Plenty of good ones from the Potteries.
Loving the juicy wiggle.
And it puts him in command of the leg. The 180, that is, not the wiggle.
60.
I used to do a dozen shuffle after the 180. I haven't done one of them for a while, Murph.
You said it, not me.
You laugh, not me.
54.
Well, I wonder what kind of wiggle we'll get if a 167 goes. Might be something rather special.
$100. And your car 167.
Second biggest finish we have in the game. And right now it'll just be about setting it up. So treble 18.
93.
Feel good.
Martin, your car 156.
You feel good when that last one goes in. For Adams, it's all about the treble 20 on 156. And he has straight into them. You don't often see that because he is so straight as a dart player. Incredible times. He's won
55.
that pentathlon.
And your car 74.
It's so relentless. You've just got to where your throw really comes into it. He's one of the straightest dart players because that throw's never changed. It's double 16 for Bolton. He doesn't move. He stays there. He likes the light. And what a camera angle. Just you can see what his eyes were on the double, and the reason why he didn't have to move across there because you could see enough of that bed there. And it's 2-0 to Bolton in a game I thought was a 50-50 split.
Just to explain to the viewers what that pentathlon involves, in case a few of them think it's Martin Adams jumping in water, then getting on his bike and then doing a cross-country race.
Yeah, it's not the modern pentathlon. It's a game that England darts. It used to be Sam Hawkins at Kent. I remember getting my first invite to that, and literally, Murph, I couldn't hold a dart for a week. It just takes so much out of you, and I stopped playing it because it was usually on the week of Chelsea, the England Open or the England Classic, and now run by Tommy Thompson and the team at England Darts. And, you know, it's 2001 games, 1001 games around the board in doubles, treble sevens, double 10. I mean, it is very, very difficult. And Martin Adams and John Law were just absolutely unbelievable. I think they've probably won, without knowing the stat, they've probably won half of the pentathlons between them. And what John Law and Martin Adams have got is a throw that's been with them for many, many years. You know, it's never changed. Just hold the dart, pull it back, and for Martin right now, it's about that release.
123.
It's about that butterfly finish. For Bolton, he's just playing he's just happy with his game right now. And why not when you're throwing like this?
140.
And it was found out, you know, sometimes you pick up words from players, and he said as soon as he lost his tour card, I mean, he did well at the Challenge Tour, meaning he's going to get invites to the Pro Tour, but one thing was on his mind is get me at that MODUS Super Series. And I just think he's got the timing right. It took a couple of weeks, week 4 to make his appearance. Like I said, the prize is big now. 20 grand to the winner and plus 5 grand for winning the week. My first World Masters was round about the same type of fee. And that's not a bad wage for a sound foundation on a world to build, was on my school report.
I just had a quick look for you. 13 times Martin Adams has won that British pentathlon.
And I think Lowe won it quite a lot. So it probably is, as Bolton looks at double 18. I always say go big.
Game shot on the third leg.
And it'll drop in. So I try to say to people, sometimes that double 18 is just a lovely dart to go, and Andy Bolton is just strutting. He's just playing that alpha male role. Like I said, it's out of his hands against Gary Stone tomorrow, but it could be a real potential that Gary Stone goes 5 out of 5 today, Bolton goes 4 out of 5. And the games between each other could determine who goes through in Group A. But as soon as you start writing the story of a group in the MODUS Super Series, something usually happens, like the bottom of the league beats the top of the league. So stay with us and enjoy these fantastic darts.
Well, the results and fixtures have fallen nicely today, haven't they? Because the way things have gone, the middle matches have seen the top 2 go head-to-head, the middle 2 go head-to-head, and next we'll see the bottom 2 battle when Robert Rickwood faces Harry Ward, both looking for their first wins of the week.
I think Rickwood's experienced enough not to panic if Group A doesn't go as he hopes, whereas Harry Ward's on his debut. Does he know as much about the Super Series that just use the 3 days to match practice if it's not going as well as you hoped, and come back fighting in Group C and get yourself to Saturday night? Looking forward to seeing Scott Walters this week again. I thought he had a real chance of winning Champions Week, and I just think that the nous, the
121.
just maybe the pace of the game sort of beat him that day, and he began to panic. And
yeah, he quitted himself well. You're going to see the likes of Kev Dowling and
100.
Mike Norton as well. They sort of played in the build-up to the seniors events, and both also produced some decent stuff at times.
Yeah, I've been chatting to both of them this week, just getting their thoughts. As Adams didn't use the treble 16 on that route to leave the double 16 when you cover that.
76.
Treble 20. And Andy Bolton's probably already thinking of the next leg. It's against the darts in this one, but he just has a little mumble to himself because what he was hoping, just a little 140 to make Martin Adams think. And now is he thinking, can I leave a finish? I know, I think that's 181. I've seen players at a big 11 at that point.
Matthew Carr, 24.
Adams still with plenty of time. No finish for Bolton.
Game
There
from
is
the
the finish for
fourth
Adams.
way.
He will
Martin
not be
Adams.
whitewashed in this game. Andy Bolton leads it 3-1. A very decent standard. Both players averaging
Looks like
in the
Andy did through
90s
first. Game
after
on.
4 legs. And only one dart missed at double in the entire match. Well, there's a
39.
Robin Hood, if I ever saw one. Of course, when we were talking about the women's series, we forgot to mention Robin, didn't we? She reached the final of the last event,
95.
Robin Byrne.
Yeah, she's a great player, Robin. I've obviously seen her play as a youth for Ireland. Always a name I sort of look out for. Very dangerous.
140.
We had about 5 or 6 Cleveland players there yesterday, so just they're supporting the event now, as well as, you know, what the WDF and England darts have done for ladies darts over the years. But right now it does feel, you just get that feeling
100.
that the PDC are really putting the afterburners on for ladies darts right now. And that World Match Play in Blackpool, I started looking at the top 8 names and it just looks, yeah, it just looks very juicy wiggle.
100.
Well, Bo Greaves, she won £7,000 at the weekend. An excellent return. Also, European Tour, of course. Dave Chisnell winning the title. I think Luke Humphries run to the final, though the real statement performance, particularly
140.
beating some of the players that were in the Premier League on the way.
Last time these played in a major event.
180.
When do you think that was? I had a feeling they would have crossed swords in the
Well,
BDO days.
I'd say that Martin Adams had black hair.
2006, I think he sort of had like mixture.
55. Andy Carr, 42.
But we've waxed lyrical all day about Bolton and the times he's provided and demonstrated the real quality of what he's all about. And it's double 16 for a big win over Martin Adams. He stays there, widens the bed.
Game shot and the
And
match.
that is
Andy
a
Bolton.
fantastic win for Andy Bolton against Martin Adams, who was just showing signs of form. Andy Bolton will be delighted just to stay on the tail of Gary Stone, who's been the main man this morning. But look at them stats once again. 96.88, and even Martin Adams will be delighted with a 92 average there. The finishing's been sublime from all players today. Just another fantastic match. Andy Bolton, big reputation. He is beginning to deliver. And now it's a real opportunity for Robert Rickwood and Harry Ward to get on the board. They're up next. We'll be back very, very soon.
Andy Bolton really is showing his X factor, isn't he? 4-1 victory there against Martin Adams, doing so with an average just under 97 and 4 out of 6 on the doubles. That moves him on to 4 points, having won 2 out of his 3 matches today. Well, following the conclusion of this one of Robert Rickwood or Harry Ward will pick up their first victory of the day. Both improved from first game to the second, but both, as I say, searching for that opening victory to their weekly campaign. Who's going to provide that in this particular matchup? Let's find out with Chris and Glenn.
Yes, thank you so much, Henry. Yes, it's a really, really pivotal moment for these two guys. They don't be sat on 0 points after 3 games, especially when they're looking at the form of Gary Stone and Andy Bolton right now, because it'll feel just like a step too far to climb. So it's a big, big game. This is not a case of a bottom of the table clash. We're halfway through Monday, but you've just got to get off the mark right now. Once again, I'm struggling to pick a winner.
Yeah, well, we probably say it every week, don't we, Glenn? But you can't win Group A on Monday, but you can certainly rule yourself out of contention come the end of the day if you do lose 4 or 5 matches.
Yeah, the bookies have them both at 5 to 6. Remember, if you are betting, to gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
First leg, Robert to throw
This
first.
is a classic 50-50 game.
Impossible not to like, isn't he? Robert Rickwood plays darts with a smile on his face. Always full of respect. And
yes, his favourite player was
60.
John Lowe.
Well, you mentioned John Lowe, didn't you, when we were having that chat about the British pentathlon earlier on? Martin Adams,
46.
a winner of 13 of those titles, and you said that John Lowe won plenty himself. Well, I can tell you.
You're going to say a 1 now, aren't you?
180.
No, he did win double figures. He got 10.
Did he? That's incredible. Nice 180 there from Rickwood.
60.
His favourite game he's played was Gary Anderson in the UK Open. Best mate is Nathan Kerr, a former JDC star. Wasn't Nathan the first guy to hit the first 9 dart in the JDC?
Possibly, yeah. It rings a bell.
43.
And his other practice partner who's not playing now, Eddie Catlow. And his biggest achievement so far is winning a challenge tour. So Robert Rickwood is a very, very good player. It's just
140.
he's sort of been swallowed up today. It is a tough group this week. And
You were right, by the way, Glenn. Nathan Kerr hit a 9-dart finish. 15 years of age in 2020.
100.
much better darts there from
100.
I just
Roll
see
your
I'm
car,
seeing a more
118.
composed throwing Harry all of a sudden. Like I said, it's tough to have a couple of years out. I didn't realise it was 4 years ago since he won the Pro Tour. I
58.
thought it was a couple of
Harry
years,
O'Carr,
but
155.
no, he's back here now. But you can't just suddenly just get on that stage and everything comes back. But I'm just beginning to see positive signs with this throw and a real bit of belief coming back. And
100.
and
Robert
once again,
O'Carr,
he could be
60.
very dangerous coming the back end of the week as Rickwood looked at 60.
Yeah, it could be the ideal thing for him playing here for 5 days. Double top for Robert Rickwood to take
Game
the
shot on
first leg, which he
leg.
does.
Robert Rickwood.
I always say that 60 finish is all about the first dart. I was watching Daryl Gurney on the stream. I was at last week, and he was showing Alan Suter how to throw a dart, so
Second
his
leg,
dart
Ali to throw
lands
first. Game on.
understacking wise, so you can see the full bed of the double top.
Yeah, incredible little bit of skill there, but
58.
something that someone who uses darts like his, that land like his, something that you have to think about employing, isn't it?
I think he'd probably tell me I'm wrong, but I'm guessing he's just sort of
83.
holding the point. So, I throw quite flat. So if I ever want to understack it, the lower of my fingers on the bed of the dart, the better. But this is much better.
60.
Now, you'd be frustrated with that, hence the reason there, because they're 3 well-thrown darts, and when you hear that 60 score, you feel it's a bit unfair, because sometimes they can hit your finger and thumb as you go, and you think, where's that going? And it goes right in the corner of the treble
100.
20. Funny old game.
Yeah, we mentioned both players yet to win. Harry Ward losing 4-2 in each of his opening games. Beaten by
134.
Bolton and Adams. Rickwood going down 4-1 to Gary Stone and 4-3 to Lee Shewan.
wonder if his manager, Matt Ward's watching.
135.
Send me a message, Matt. How do you think he's doing? What's your plans for him? What's his plans?
59.
It was quite a brave decision, wasn't it? A man with evidently so much talent and having won that title to decide to pack it in for a while. And, you know, in most walks of life, if you're not enjoying
97.
something, that's what you'd advise your friends to do. But in sport, people see it as wasted talent, don't they?
Yeah, there's two players. I don't know if you remember. Do you remember Dean Reynolds?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, Dean was someone who qualified
60.
somehow for his Pro
Royal
Tour
car
card
86.
and decided to not take it. And he stayed on the BDO tour. I remember playing him at Lakeside. Just phenomenal crowd he had on his side that day. As Rickwood sets up his
38.
finish.
How do you car
And you
130?
just feel it's 130 for H. There's a Musket already.
Musket the ball
105.
on the green, but not in the
Royal
hole.
car 48.
And I'm telling you, if he's top of the table, that bull goes in. And this will hurt doubly bad. If this double 10 goes in, it's a little come on from there from Robert.
38. How do you car
Wow, did
25?
he hit both wires there. So Harry Ward, this is the type of finish I say to players they must
Game shot
practice
on the
because
second leg. Harry
so many
Ward.
players in the elite level now are going for bull with their last start to leave 25. It always reminds me of Damon Hetter and Dimitri Vandenberg. They always play first to 20,
Third leg,
25
Robert to throw
finish.
first. Game on.
It's usually one of the games as they're preparing for Pro Tour weekends.
120.
I remember Dimitri saying to me, when I've won 25, Glenn, I pretend I'm you because you never miss it. And then it was in my
100.
mind every time I had 25. I don't think I ever hit it again. One like that.
Do see some variance in the route for 25 these days. Most players do go the way we saw
81.
Ward go 9 for double 8, but Robert Thornton, well known for going for 17. Gerwin Price, well known for going 1 for double 12.
180.
Super darts from H. I always think 25. I always think 1 double 12 for Gary Anderson the year he won PDC Worlds.
55.
And it's been that double 18, I think, of Rob Cross with double 18 when he won the World. So there's variations that you remind you of people. Whenever I think of 25,
100.
it's ever since I've sort of started with a coach and I've sort of was asking questions, why do you do the 25 finish? And Damon Hetter said, because at probably two out of 10, I'm going to leave 25 after going for a bull on the big
95.
finish.
How do
So
you
he said
car
if I can master that,
121?
that's all right. I'll use that in my coaching. As Harry Ward will be looking at the bull here for a 2-1 lead.
Well, he's left
83.
38.
Royal
And you know,
car
another one that I think
150.
could come in to practice a bit more often is 19, because players these days do tend to go for the shots, don't they? And if you miss inside on the 38,
134. How do you car
you
38?
do leave 19. Let's see if Ward does go for it or whether he splits. He does split. And he hits. It's in.
Game shot
It's
on
in,
the
Paul.
third leg.
27 in
Harry
game.
Ward.
Yeah, it was a 38 in game, that. And Robert Rickwood still seeing the funny side, I think.
Fourth leg,
Come
Harry
on,
to
he's
throw
trying to
first. Game on.
internally G himself up, where some players are very expressive. You know how they're feeling.
I saw some pragmatism from Rakuru Suzuki. So she was
100.
on 38, went for it, left herself on 19 for the next shot, went for 3, of course, to leave double 8, and she hit a 17. So she was on double 1, made a mess of it.
140.
And because she'd felt uncomfortable in that previous visit, when she came back the next time, she went 11 double 4 and got it. We do see a lot of players that are
93.
reluctant to change the route, but when you've just missed something, it must sort of stick in your head.
Yeah, I've heard your commentary, you know, the guys' commentary, and some people are. I think there was one at the Euro Tour this week
100.
where, despite missing 5 darts each leg at double top, continued leaving that. I used to always believe I was the best double 16 hitter, so. And sometimes you're missing
62.
it back. I mean, the game's about millimetres sometimes, but I've walked to the hockey going for a finish and then changed the double there. You know, it's a strange It's a strange feeling how you can suddenly change your mind.
100.
Harry Ward has changed this game. Lost the first leg, but has rattled off the last two.
That throw is just, I know they scored 25 there. It's just
85.
looking a
Got
lot
your car,
silkier,
161.
a lot smoother. You use that analogy of the boxing there, and it's just looking, it's not as jabby as it was, and clearly he was nervous, but a nice setup here from Rickwood.
99. How do you car, 161.
And we've had everything today, but apart from that 140 finish from Rickwood, there's been hardly any big scores, big finishes, sorry.
Well, at this stage of the match, simple 62 would feel just as big, wouldn't it, for Robert Rickwood? Because if Ward is able to come back
64. Robert your car,
and win
62.
this leg, then it would be an awful large hill to climb. Great dart, great start.
And with Harry Ward on a 2-darter,
30.
I was amazed how he walked to the
97.
other side of the hockey there, because if he'd have gone the other side, you can see the full bed of the dart, but that leaves 76. Is he going to go double-double, or is he going to look at treble 20? A double-double there would have been double 19, double 19, which would have been quite apt based on the conversation of 38 we had. But Rickwood for 32.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Robert Rickwood.
And the pair of them are pinging him right in the corner. And I had a feeling this match would go all the way. It's Desmond at the moment, but the fact it's Robert starts.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
Could that be the deciding factor? Harry is going to have to break Rickwood again.
Yeah, we have a couple of one-sided affairs with 4-1 wins for Stone and Bolton, but this one is a real battle royal. And Rickwood firing in his second max of the match. We've
57.
seen plenty of those. We've been spoilt with 180s today, haven't we?
Yeah, mainly from one man. 10 from Gary Stone, albeit Andy Bolton has 7.
Robert Rickwood has 2 in this leg, back-to-back. Well, we saw Martin Adams tee up the prospects of perfection earlier. Can Robert Rickwood go 1, 2, and maybe even 3 better?
Well, I did mention Robert's put on social media a few times, his 9 darters he's had. And every time I go to talk about it, you might have to leave just the last dart for me next time, Mav.
Right, noted. 41, though, when he returns.
Have a little think of the best 9 dart you've commentated.
84.
We'll give Robert the opportunity to finish on this 41 while you're thinking. And double 16.
Do you know, I've been fortunate, Glenn. I've commentated on about 17 or 18 9-dart finishes.
Really?
And the first one I commentated on was followed by the second one in the same match. Michael Van Gerwen hit 2 on a Pro Tour.
Robert your car, 32. $16. How do you car?
Actually, I'm going to tell you my favourite, and it might be a surprise to you. I'll tell you after this leg. Harry Ward. Looking at treble 20, can't find it.
45.
Robert Rickwood has sort of made a mess of a couple of matches today. The Lou Shewan game certainly in particular. And if he misses this double 8 here, now what he did there was he thought that dart was in.
I wondered where he was going.
The size of that barrel is just making that double 8 just squeeze a little smaller. But he did the right thing this time. He moved to the right of the bed and really opened her up. But it's just saying there's great camaraderie between the players here today. I must admit, it's business when they're up there, but I do like to, well, do I like to see it? I'm not too sure, but
first, game on.
There's good chat there. He's a good guy, he's Robert Rickwood. You can see that. So, the surprising best 9-darter.
Yeah, it was actually in this event when it was the Online Darts Live League in Southampton, and it was Danny Van Tripe, because the 9-dart finish, of course, sublime, but the reaction was something 85. To behold. He was, for want of a better word, shocked. It was written all over his face. He could not quite believe it. It was just a brilliant
59.
moment to watch his reaction to that. Yeah, I really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I think I'd get a little tongue-tied. I've tried to imagine a 9 going in and what you'd say, but I think really it's in the
60.
moment, isn't it, of sort of commentating on something as fantastic as that, and just that epic commentary of Mardle and Pike at the Worlds this year. I mean, it's you know, when you watch that,
100.
and that's the levels that's out there.
I have to say, Glenn, I have had the fortune of commentating on a 9-darter that was hit against you as well.
I'm guessing
100.
Price at the
Price in
Euros.
Prague, yeah.
Oh, was it Prague? Was it? I am absolutely useless when it comes to.
Interesting, actually, that a talking point, isn't it? Gerwin Price at the European Tour because he's unseeded now.
137.
Has to go to the qualifiers.
I did look at the numbers there, so wow, that's insane. Because them, honestly, them qualifiers are just
41. Hariuka 105.
A double 16 for Ward. What a finish that is.
Harry Ward.
We've been asking for some 100 finishes because the day's had everything barring 100 plus finishes, but that type of finish will make Harry feel good. And I think the pair of us in the commentary box here, we both feel like Harry Ward is just going to get better as the days go along. To get 5 days of match practice is probably just what Harry needs right now. And there's the tail of the tape.
And you mentioned, didn't you, that Robert Rickwood has just blown a few chances. He could easily end up on no points when he could have, perhaps should have been on 4. Now it's Ward who's off with the maximum.
And even when he thinks, I'll put this one to bed with a little 140. And this is good score. He's not panicking.
100.
And this is where the experience of being 51 sort of comes into it. He's not panicking. The fact that Harry is right on his shirt tail right now, but he really should be off the stage. And that's the kind of thoughts that'll be in his mind that you're trying to eradicate, you're trying to get rid of, you're trying to think positive up there. And there's that little internal come on again. Treble here would make 45. Him a big favourite, and that slip into the 5 means Harry Ward is right in this leg of darts.
Not only in it, he's on a finish to win it. 124 when he comes back to try and add to that 105 we just witnessed.
60. Hariuka 124.
And only an enormous outshot on offer for Robert Rickwood.
Yes, I wouldn't like to be in Robert Rickwood's shoes if he loses this one. Super frustrated 56. He would be, but
Robert Yuka 156.
That 68's not a gimme. Robert Rickwood has got 2 opportunities. He'll be the positive side, and there's one. Oof, and he threw that dart absolutely beautifully well. That's a wonderful setup.
68.
But it's over to you, Harry Ward, with this 68.
Well, 53 left. Choices, 17 maybe, or 13. And double top.
28.
Wow, many
16.
of you were watching Harry Ward there. I just looked at Robert Rickwood, just look as if he was resigned to losing that game there. Because the way he's feeling, and I had my concerns that he might take onto the doubles there, but that is a beautiful double for Robert Rickwood's had moments today and probably lost a game where he should have won, and he's probably won a game there at times he thought he could have lost. There was nothing between them, and there's all the stats there. The big thing that sticks out for me is the checkout ratio there. Harry Ward was much better on the finish, and hence the reason the better average. The 105 from Harry Ward. From Harry Ward's point of view, his throw looked so much better there. We believe he'll get better as the week goes on. Robert Rickwood is now up and running. And it's Lee Shewan up next against Andy Bolton. I'm looking forward to that one.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Available 50 weeks of the year, 6 days a week, the MODUS Super Series. And if you want to be a part of this on a Saturday night, then you can do. Tickets available via dartshop.tv. They are also free of charge. Well, we are through 3 rounds of games here on the first day of week 4 in Series 3. And as you can see, it's Gary Stone, the man at the top of the table. He's played some sublime stuff so far. But before the break, we saw Robert Rickwood claim his first win of the group. He got the better of Harry Ward in the last leg decider. Ward missing a match start in that one. Rickwood doing so with an 85.95 average and 3 maximums to his name. We've actually seen a royal plethora of 180s, 28 in fact so far today. Well, next up for us is the battle between Lee Shewan and Andy Bolton. Bolton's been playing some superb stuff on debut here in the competition, whilst Lee Shewan has improved as the day has gone on. So in the commentary box for this one, here's Glenn and Chris.
Thank you as ever, Henry. Yes, Lee Shewan had the opportunity to go on 6 out of 6 by playing the top of the table, Gary Stone. He didn't actually get over the line in that one, but the strategy is very clear on this one. It's time to put some pressure on Gary Stone because he's having it all his own way right at this moment. And these two players are the guys who can make Gary think before his next game. I really am a big fan of the person in your picture there in Andy Bolton, the 50-year-old from Androssen, the X Factor, making his debut here against the ADC qualifier from the Northwest. Lee Shewan has played on the Lakeside stage. He's won on the Lakeside stage with his favourite ever game, also been on there against Wayne Warren. So I do make Andy Bolton the favourite here, but this is a tough, tough game. And may the best man win.
First sluggish leader through first. Game on.
And when you do hear us talking about those ADC qualifiers, if you are pretty handy with the arrows, then give it a try yourself. You could end up qualifying for the MODUS Super Series.
93.
It's big news at home for us. Like I said, if people knew I was on the commentary this week, and you know, people would say the Sean Matthews, the Carl Comans, Jamie Durrant, who's played here.
97.
Gary Hayes, who was fantastic. He was the Northeast qualifier here last time. And just a big shout out to Gary Hayes because he came here, some devastating
95.
news about one of his Super League players, but they had a fantastic a fundraiser day on 128 players playing. I think they raised over $3.5 grand
60.
for the family to help pay for the funeral. So yeah, it was a tough week. He kept looking up as well when he was winning, so I knew what he was playing for. So yeah, it's big news. The ADC, the vaults are pretty much full every week, and they're all desperate to get in the top 32 to qualify to be here now. And yeah, that partnership is working so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen ADC qualifiers go and win the big money matches, £5,000 going the way of both Adam Mould and Adam Warner. What an incredible story that turned out to be. ADC qualifier, winner, and now a tour card holder.
Yes, a university player to a Euro Tour qualifier now, which is... I'm looking forward to seeing them creamy chinos.
Lee Shewan keeping hold of the advantage of throw in this opening leg.
100.
A nice 3-dart finish after 12. Andy Bolton's on a nasty 3-dart finish after 12.
98. Andy O'Carr 144.
Once again, that wire's been hit, but 144's a toughie. A couple of options, but being quite old school. I just imagine go up a treble 20. I think Rob Cross sort of brought that treble 18 into the equation on that 144 for so many. A stinker of a double is this one, but with your player on 64, and that's the reason why. And hitting the big number's not always a gimme, but he squeezed it in.
Game shot on the first leg.
Double four's been kind to a few of the players today. And Lee Shewan, they're very confident, Lee Shewan. Just a little grimace when that double four. That felt really good. No panic yet for Andy Bolton, but I think he knows he's in a match here.
Looking like Andy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, first blood to the man from Fleetwood. Oh, it's lovely. Absolutely beautiful from Andy Bolton. Another maximum.
One player I missed off there, Mert, was Carl Hamilton as well. There's another one who's graced the MODUS Super Series. He said he's desperate to be back. He's doing a lot of the ADC events. But Andy Bolton, that's his 8th maximum, only 2 behind Gary Stone on the max. Just look at that grimace. That's what you do when you throw a dart, with purpose, with determination.
5 out of 6 in the treble 20 bed in this leg.
140.
Indeed does have the X factor.
He's got the best of both worlds this year, Murph. He's potentially got a lot of the Pro Tours. He went to the associate member
99
qualifiers. Did I get that? I know Henderson and Bolton were there.
Yep.
So he's got that. He's got the MODUS Super Series. I mean, the ADC events, even the WDF, if he fancies some of that. So
82.
He could also enter the seniors if he wanted to, couldn't he? Go on the World Seniors tour.
Oh, don't give him that. We can have my place.
Well, 17 for tops.
62.
He's always been a really sort of dangerous floater, hasn't he, in any tournament. A draw that many of the big names would want to avoid. Often in PDC darts, he's not always had the deepest runs, but he's got plenty of scalps.
Andy Car 20.
Just Alicia, just reminds you, I'm still here on this double 10. All of a sudden it goes from
Game shot on the second leg.
no
Andy
concern.
Bolton.
That's where the experience sort of comes into it there. But great stuff from Lee Shewan there. He's backing up his claims that he's here to win it this week. And they're not killing time there. They're just...
Third leg leader through first.
Just a little gap between each leg, which they've got to honour. Some players, it's a bit of a... When you see the pace of the games last week with the Dan Laubies and Yella Classens of this, well, they're just itching to get to the hockey there. But here's just a little 10-second gap in between each leg. Hasn't affected Andy Bolton so far. There's the grimace.
100.
Why, he's asking. Should be going downstairs. That first dart, just the way his darts
58.
sit up there. Sometimes under the treble 20 bed will suit some players, but definitely not for Lee Shewan.
It's the penultimate match of the day for the pair of them.
59.
Whoever wins will be on 6 points with a guarantee of a positive return. Shewan still has to play Harry Ward yet to win.
45.
Bolton will take on Robert Rickwood in his last match.
$100. 140. $140.
It's a combination of big scores, good quality finishing.
100. Andy O'Carr 102.
Both of them now on a 3-figure, but a finish that both players will feel confident of getting. Now with 82, with such a good marker there, he may stay there. He did that. That's all
50.
because of the marker there with that first dart.
Yeah, something I think players don't do enough, to be honest. Just going for treble 20 to leave any double.
The Cardinal sin of not hitting the treble could hurt
81.
Shewan.
Andy O'Carr 52.
Plan B comes in with a to leave a 1-darter, but Andy Bolton, the 15 darts, leaves a 2-dart combination. 2 darts that really take control of this match. Big dart widens the bed, doesn't take his eyes off double 16.
20.
And just
Lee O'Carr 32.
goes the opposite direction, and they're just the differences. Because I can't imagine Lee Shewan missing 32, albeit tops is his favourite
Game
dart,
shot on the third leg. Lee Shewan.
but he pings that with aplomb.
And I think Andy Bolton will wonder how he's behind in this game. Missing a couple of darts there. He missed one in the other leg that he lost.
Fourth leg Andy to throw first. Game on.
Somehow the game remains on throw. Perfect first dart that for Bolton. Perfect second dart. Just leave them in and throw another 180 when you come back.
It's been a good contest this morning, hasn't it?
140.
They're really good. And they keep starting legs with maximums. Two players have two maximums to start legs.
Yeah.
83.
Do you think the MODUS Super Series, does it get the feel it's getting stronger and stronger? It certainly does. Albeit I'm in my infancy sat here, but it just feels every time I come it's just getting stronger and stronger with darts like that.
80.
Quality affair.
Yeah, I think we're going to... it's going to get stronger year on year, certainly, isn't it? Every year we have the benefit of
140.
kind of players' misfortune, but losing the tour cards, and then they can come and play on this.
Well, the three-time Lakeside champion and Premier League champion gets up there.
And you require 98.
Then they'll be scared, won't they, Murph?
Trying to think
Andy
of
Bolton, 98.
Trying to think of one.
So am I. And the big tops. Now
58.
1, 2, 3.
Barneveld.
Barney can, yes, there's one. Treble 19 to leave 66. What a moment this could be.
98. And
I
you
could say
require
something to
40.
Lee, just a little bit of composure on that last dart. I'm not asking you to be Rob Cross or anything, but just give yourself time, get yourself prepared.
Game shot on
This
the
is
fourth
good.
leg.
Andy Bolton.
Bolton.
There was a bit of pressure on him this morning when he walked in. I just feel like everybody was talking about him. I don't know whether or not he looked at what the odds were, but he was quite a hot favourite in such a tough group.
Fifth leg leader through first. Game
But
on.
I think he's done absolutely fantastic today. The star of the show, without a shadow of doubt, has been Gary Stone. But Andy Bolton is right there.
60.
He's got a top-class opponent in Lee and Shewan in front of him, and he's just beginning to take control now.
Yeah, maybe as well, Shewan himself, someone that's been under the radar, and he really has stepped up to the plate,
97.
hasn't he, today? Emerging as a real contender in this group.
I love my chat with Lee this morning because I feel like, you know, obviously Tommy Thompson and
58.
Kirsty, they've been a big part of my darts career, and sort of them Fleetwood lads, you know, you just get affinity to these players. So I want to see Lee Shewan do well. And just to hear him talk this morning, I just felt last time he was here, it was, I sensed the more the
82.
negativities in his voice rather than the positive. Today he came in and said, Glenn, I'm flying.
And it's
93.
often how you feel, whether it's sort of true or not, isn't it? What you believe to be true can make an awful lot of difference.
I know I'm talking myself into bad games at the
100.
moment. I know there's just no confidence in there of when I'm saying something, you know, it's just like there's no belief there. All 6 of these today, there was only one player who said I'm a bit up and down.
100.
The rest of them came here, they've primed themselves, knowing that they're going to be here today and this week, and they're sort of trying to peak at the right moment. And I just, like I said, and we've got another 6 players to come on Thursday.
$100. 60.
Well,
And
thrown
you require
darts,
122.
hence the response. 1, 2, 2 is all about the 18s at this place. He'll stay there for the ball.
97.
Well,
You
it'll
require
be a very
130.
similar attempt from Lee Shewan, just a different segment of the board to get there. Another, though, would leave double 5. Bullet is. Bolton couldn't find
Game
it, but
shot on the
Shewan
fifth
could.
leg. Lee Shewan.
What a finish. What a moment. And still, the game remains on throw.
People talk about the
Six
darts.
leg Andy to throw first. Game on.
Andy Bolton misses it by 1 millimetre. And Lee Shewan pings it right in the middle. And look at that. I do like that camera angle. Right above the head of the players. You can see exactly what it's like to throw a dart and what they're seeing. This camera angle shows you the focus and the desire in the players, the reactions from them. Andy Bolton, who holds that dart above sort of the eye. It's something I don't try to promote when players are sort of coming to see him, especially players who would try to learn the fundamentals of the game. It's really important that flight is sort of below the eye line so you can see that target.
92.
And Andy sort of proves me wrong on because he may be a left or right eye dominant, but it's right above that eye, isn't it? It's a high elbow. Something I don't sort of promote, but there again, you know, I tell people not
92.
to move on the hockey. And then John Henderson I've got to try and commentate on. So, you know, there's no ideal, there's no right away a throw in the dart, but you can
80.
try to teach
the
the fundamentals to the game as Bolton looks at the big fish.
He's doing a lot right in this match, but Lee Shewan keeps coming up with answers to every question that's asked, and it looks like another one will be posed here. As Bolton is braced to say, right, Lee, you keep holding your throw, but can you do it in the last leg decider?
Andy O'Carr, 72.
Has to take out the 72 first to get there. Double 16 his choice.
40. Lee O'Carr,
Maybe Lee won't need to hold in the last leg decider.
So many players are going treble 17, but Lee is pretty old school. You look at treble 18 with his last.
41.
Yeah, the 54
O'Carr, 32.
used to be sort of in fashion, didn't it? That's disappeared. 54 tops.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Andy Bolton.
The leg's disappeared now, and it is down to a decider. Shewan has the darts.
Fancied Andy Bolton for this game.
Lee to throw first. Game on.
But right now, in the last leg shootout, having the dart, I can't even tell you how good of a dart that one is.
96.
And there's the pressure now on Bolton because he has to get a minimum of 100. A treble-less visit here, and Lee Shewan will be feeling extremely confident he can see out this match.
Well, that is
41.
not what he would have wanted.
Lee Shewan wasn't looking there like many players don't, and when you hear that 41, what a boost that gives you. And all of a sudden, them last darts are going in, which hurts Andy Bolton even more. And Andy Bolton needs a maximum just to get level.
99.
Advantage to Shewan.
Yeah, Shewan has won his own legs, but Bolton's made it difficult for him every time.
80.
And that's a big last dart because he almost made it difficult for himself there.
How many times are we going to say big last dart? They're both flexing, they're both feeling it up there. Another one of them would be nice.
134.
Just when you were beginning to think Bolton was out of this match. No, Lee Shewan that was a little jabby. Yeah, not the best two darts Lee Shewan has thrown, and I just think he's doing the right thing now, by the way. I like that, what I call the reset.
85.
And that's no surprise to me that after the reset, he hit the treble 20. Had he just thrown that, wobbling and moving about all over, but look how steady Andy Bolton is. Another treble here. Look at that.
140.
That's how you throw a dart. Like it means something.
And this is now perfectly poised. Shewan 143 and throwing. Bolton 87 waiting.
26.
And only 26 offers optimism and opportunity to Andy Bolton.
The only difference I've seen in this match is one is composed and one is just beginning to struggle. And it's composure that wins. Look at that grimace. He knows exactly what that feels. And Lee Shewan, for a big, big part of this match, had it in his hands. But Andy Bolton is just a different animal these days. Another 96 plus average for Andy Bolton. 4 from 10, very acceptable on the outer ring. A lovely 87 finish to win it. Lee Shewan is just showing signs that he's here. He's showing signs of much improvement since the last time he was here, and it's still all to play for Lee Shewan. But Andy Bolton and Gary Stone, who are up next, are really making their move right now.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Andy Bolton has registered a second consecutive average of 96 and change in a 4-3 success against Lee Shewan. Actually, if you have a look at Andy Bolton's averages throughout the course of the day, back to, as I say, over a 96 against Martin Adams a little bit early on. He hasn't actually dipped below the 90 mark at all today. He's showing some impressive stuff. Is the X Factor? Well, he definitely is showing the X Factor, isn't he, on day one at the Super Series? Well, another player who has been all singing, all dancing in terms of action here at the Super Series has been Gary Stone. He is currently the only player with an unbeaten record left in the group, having won all 3 of his matches thus far. He comes up against Harry Ward, who is searching for his first victory of the group. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. I've sat in a seat a couple of times where the top of the table is running away with it, and they're playing the bottom of the table player, and at the bottom of the player has actually won the match. So that's the only hope I'm giving for Harry Ward right now, because he's up against someone who was absolutely flying in Gary Stone. He's been played like a dream all morning. But to make a good day a great day, they've just got to see it out. You've got to execute the finish, and that's what Gary Stone will be thinking right now. He does not want to leave this building without a 5 out of 5 wins, because that's how good he's been. For Harry Ward, he needs something, and to beat the top of the table, Gary Stone would be that something.
Yeah, he's just buying himself opportunity after opportunity, isn't he, Gary Stone, with all those 180s
First leg
that
is
he's
Harry
been
to throw
hitting.
first. Game on.
2 in his first match. 5 in his second, a 4-2 win against Andy Bolton. And then 3 against Lee Shewan to take his tally to 10
96.
for the day.
Straight back in there. He's had a bit of a... He's had a
100.
few games off. And that's when you can sort of start thinking and maybe start getting ahead of yourself, and or you can look at all the positive slants on things, and everything so far I've seen from Gary
85.
Stone has been positive. And he's just got to stay in that vein, because I'm sure there's magnets on them points.
82.
It certainly seemed that way, hasn't it, at times? That first start when it's in the treble 20.
60.
Almost inevitable that the next 2 follow it. Let's watch it happen here.
I asked him what he thought of the
100.
MODUS Super Series, and like I said, he talked about the frustration of not winning one so far, but he sees it as the best competition practice he's ever played in, and that's the way he's seeing this week. He's come here in good form.
180.
But we have talked about Harry Ward just being that player who could get better and better as the day and week goes on.
55. How do you count 80?
And could be this be the moment where we see the real Harry Ward. He just moves across just to open that bed again with the tops.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
that's the Harry Ward I know and love. That is much, much better. It's a holder throw in 15 darts, and that's all you ever ask for. Make your opponent win in 12.
Second leg, Gary to throw
Despite
first. Game on.
the darting dominance of Stone today, the fact he's won all 3, and the fact that Ward has lost all 3. I don't think there is a fixture in this
140.
group where you could safely say one player's definitely going to win.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was last time. I think it was Lou Getty. He might. I know he's a big listener.
85.
And I think I remember him against the top of the table that day, and Lou came to us. But a couple of times I've sat in this chair where you're pretty much for the first time given the top of the table
180.
the points before it even starts. But Gary Stone just relentless. It's 11th.
And that's probably the best of the lot.
If someone hits you with the left,
140.
you hit them with the right. Now, I would have used the bullseye in the last
60.
start there, especially with Harry Ward on 216, just to give yourself that 116, or even better with a bull.
58.
Well, they will get
Gary O'Carr,
6 darts from
121.
121. He's going downstairs, so does he get tempted by the bullseye?
81.
Doesn't.
Yeah, I always find it strange when they go that way, but I think it was the right thing because he covered the treble 20 bed, and Harry Ward, it's hope rather than expectation right now.
55. Go to your car, 40.
I think when you do leave the ball, sometimes you can talk yourself into going for it, can't you? When that was not the intention at the start of the visit.
Game shot on the second leg. Gary
But the
Stone.
intention to level the match has come to pass.
Yeah,
All square.
This is a much more mature Gary Stone that I'm seeing now. Like I said, my concerns I've sort of highlighted. Hopefully his friends or family are listening, and this is what Glenn's been saying about you. So I'll run through the players' lounge very quickly in the morning, Mav.
I love the pace of this game. Speaking of speed, it's rattling along, isn't it? Very nicely.
58.
Yeah, it's nice to have that dance partner. You know, so many quick players like to play against a quick player. It just has a nice pace. It's just been a very, very nice group. It's been great to commentate on. Very high standard, and that combination of 180 finishing and clinical scoring has been the order of the day, really, so far.
140.
4 matches after this one. The 2 senior stars of the group, Martin Adams and Robert Rickwood, will go head-to-head next, and then Ward will return to face Lee Shewan before Rickwood
96.
plays Bolton, and Gary Stone will play in the final match of the day against Wolfie Martin Adams.
Lovely angle, that.
171.
That's what you call great camera work. And Harry Ward on 261.
Well, it's not just 180s he can hit, is it?
85.
That's every bit as good as, if not better.
And the frustration now means Gary Stone has got 6 starts. He didn't need to go for the bull first start. That should leave 88 if I've got my maths right. So treble 20 or treble 16. It's treble 16.
92.
What a setup play. He's got everything as Gary Stone, and he's demonstrating all his qualities this morning. And Harry Ward, who slipped into that 5 on the last leg, didn't leave a finish on 176.
85. Go to your
Once
car,
again,
40.
slips into that 5 again. It's advantage Stone.
Game shot
And
on the
that's
third
a breaker
leg.
throw.
Gary Stone.
13 data, breaker throw. Gary Stone is on it.
Whatever group he finds himself in on Thursday.
Yeah, and I'm sure his family and friends will ring him and echo that, because that's where I would say he's a young lad, he's fit, he's strong, and 5 days on the
100.
Determined to hunt down a couple of trebles. Would have left him on 170 had he found both.
58. 100. Gary O'Carr, 146.
A shake of head by Gary Stone, but at least this time it was behind Harry Ward.
Nice
score for Gary Stone. Should be on 49 here. Just a little correction needed. We'll get that fixed in a moment, but he'll be coming back for 49 to lead this match 3-1.
Well, there's 2 ways he can be looking at this right now. He can.
Gary O'Carr, 49.
He really should be nice and concentrate and don't beat himself at wherever happens here.
Shot on the 4th
and that
leg.
sort of
Gary
thing. Now, I'd be thinking in my mind, you know what? If there hadn't been them errors going on there, I might have missed there.
Well, how many times have we said today that one of the little chinks, a few chinks in the armour of Stone has been rushing to take out finishers? He was actually forced to pause there, and it was as perfect as he's been.
Yeah, if his finishing was as good as scoring, we are talking about somebody who is someone who should be going to Q school and doing some real damage. Because look at these, got the scoring prowess.
140.
This is quality. So this is, I wouldn't even say it's the best Gary Stone I've seen. I'm a big fan of Gary Stone, so I've seen him play like this many times. I think it's about belief.
45.
But what frustrates me so much about Gary Stone is sometimes I slap myself on the head and say, what have you wrote that for? Why are you telling your opponents you're playing him again tomorrow?
140.
Just stay off social media and just do what you do, and Gary Stone, because you are some player.
He's on course here to produce the performance of the day. Don't think that's touching, is it?
140.
Oh, it is. Paul Hinks with a forensic inspection, and the point was touching
140.
the board. It doesn't have to be penetrating it, just touching it.
3-140 St Gary, and that's not enough for him. He wants 180s. He's in a great place right now as Gary Stone.
100. Garioka 81.
Sensational performance, sensational day. 17 I'd see is a positive. 17 left, big fat one.
65.
I would see that a positive, but you would think
148.
he's just missed 9 darts or a double. And that's all I'm asking for him to change. Or do it now. Show your disappointment
82.
behind, Harry.
Garioka 16.
And this for another
Game shot on the
first
match.
rate virtuoso performance from Gary Stone. He is in the zone right now. He has been the star of the show today. Absolutely exceptional. He has got a young lad there with him who is just fist pumps up to another 100 average. I say another, I mean I'm talking about the history of Gary Stone. 4 from 6 on the checkouts. The area in question I said he needs to improve on. Gary Stone, how you have been absolutely magnificent today. And he'll be involved in the final game with Martin Adams. But next up, it's Martin Adams against Robert Rickwood, both who need moments to start their charge. Will that moment be next?
In a week where the Formula One season is due to start, we've got out of the 90s and into 100-mile-an-hour darts as Gary Stone reaches the first ton-topping average of the week by getting the better of Harry Ward by 4 legs to 1. And he is the first one through that chicane and into 8 points in the table. He is living life in the fast lane here at the MODUS Super Series. That is for sure. Well, coming up next, we've got 2 Rolls Royces of players in action as Martin Adams takes on Robert Rickwood here in our 4th round of matches. And in the commentary box, well, we've got 2 Bentleys in Glendowen and Chris Murphy.
Steady on there, steady on. Rolls Royce, Robert Rickwood. I'm struggling saying that, so I'll stick with Martin Adams. But yeah, this is a big game for both players. If they're both in 4th and 5th place right now, I always think, Murph, that if you can get 3 wins on day 1, that would be the you know, the minimum. 4 wins is great, 5 is exceptional, etc. So still got potential of doing that, both players. I think if I was in their shoes, this is a really, really big game to do that.
Yeah, you can't have a 50-50 day, can you? Because you play 5 matches, so it needs to sit in the positive column with a good win ratio. This one is a game that could be a very good standard. They're 4th and 5th in the table with that 1 win apiece, but both have shown flashes of their brilliant best today. Martin Adams with that 9 dart attempt earlier on when he hit back-to-back 180s. Actually went out in 13 darts in that leg and then took out 81 on the ball.
Martin to throw first.
To go out in a dozen in the one that followed.
Game on.
And the Robert Rickwood with the highest checkout of the day, a big ton 40. Adams straight in to the treble 20 in this one.
Yeah, just looking at the stats there of Gary Stone. I know it's the game before, but wow, what a day he's had. And just the stats across the board today. This is just ooze quality all day. You know, it's on a different day. Harry Ward could be in a different group, and you know, the type of averages he's posting, you know, be well placed. But yeah, this group A is yeah, the Rolls Royce Group A, as Henry alluded to.
80. $100.
Don't forget we're here all week. Be great to get you involved in the social media. Any questions? I'm happy to answer absolutely anything. Shewan Murph's exactly the same. Lots and lots of darts. The UK Open this
41.
week. I never did very well in that, though. It was the making of me. It was my first one before I got thrashed by Terry Jenkins 9-1 in my first ever appearance on Sky. But I know the players absolutely
81.
love it. I think that the FA Cup style draw just brings something just a little bit different. So any thoughts on that? The brilliant group A that you're seeing here, who's going to win at the end of the week? Get involved. Let's get some chat going.
Was that through the amateur qualifier route that when you played the first time?
Riley's.
Had to wear the red shirt?
I think it was red when I got walloped by Stephen Bolton. I actually got the shirt. I've just sent it to my #1 collector, Gary Whelan, if he's listening. But it was black and yellow.
100.
Yeah, there was no problem on me pull back in that match. I used to bring it right back here. I look like Martin Adams.
Yeah, something that he's held on to is that throw, isn't it? It's just
140.
never really broke down.
And if you just times that by the crowd at Lakeside, it was just special. Whenever it was Martin Adams played at Lakeside, nobody loved
54.
it so much.
Martin O'Carr 40.
Well, tops he wants for leg 1.
Game shot on the
And
first
that
leg.
leg
Martin
is
Adams.
in the ledger, filed under A for Adams. I always remember when he had that appearance at the Grand Slam as well, you know, the way that the...
Second leg Robert to throw first. Game on.
The way that the PDC crowd responded to him in Wolverhampton,
100.
it really was a memorable moment.
And the way he responded to them is more sort of where I remember the laughing, you know, because he's a very serious player as he gives his goal to clean.
Well, what on earth happened here to Martin Adams? Well, they do sort of self-clean, don't they, Wolves?
I thought that was cats.
Never seen it.
100.
What on earth was he up to there? I really don't know.
Yeah.
It was obviously very pressing. Still at it, Martin Adams.
I wonder if he's been stung.
That's the first thought I had as well. But
119.
we're running outside looking for a dock leaf next.
Yeah. Well, it's whatever it is, it's worked.
$100.
We have seen it happen before, haven't we? We know the famous Ali Pali wasp. Remember, it stung Adrian Lewis into action one year when he was trailing to Nigel Hayden.
91.
I remember playing Corey Cadby on the Grand Slam stage, yellow carpet, and my hand started bleeding. I think I stab myself. Something to do, or maybe something off the dartboard. You know, the wires or something. I can't remember what I do, but I believe it or not, I carry a plaster in my dart case ever since then.
100.
All I kept thinking was, it yellow carpet? Yeah, like the last thing I want is me splattering blood all over that.
46.
It's interesting. Whatever happened there? Your comment as well about cleaning the gold. There is a fair bit of bling, isn't there, on the Martin Adams arm?
He's near Bobby George.
100. Robbie O'Carr, 145.
145 would be a nice shiny finish for Robert Rickwood, but it's not going to happen.
96.
Just brought a
Martin
bit of
O'Carr,
shoulder at
101.
that second dart there. Adams 101. The times he's practiced this, it must be thousands and thousands of times. Can you execute in a match? Double 16.
85. Robbie
The
O'Carr,
wrong side
49.
of the bed as he points to it to say, that's not where you're meant to go. It's 2 darter tops for Rickwood. Great marker.
Game
Great
shot on
finish.
the second leg. Robert Rickwood.
Superb darts there from Rickwood, and it's 1-1 in this game. In a match that has very important connotations in the sense of just setting yourself up nicely for tomorrow.
Third leg, Martin to throw first. Game
Like
on.
I said, if you're walking away today with 6 points, you feel fairly happy, especially with the performance of Gary Stone and Andy Bolton, who have played like a dream today.
Yeah, and this pair are going to play that pair in their last match, so it
41.
makes this one even more important to win.
But it'd be typical of Wolfie in that last game against Gary Stone, as he continues to lick his hand.
24. 85.
Played at a much more pedestrian pace than the previous match. We saw Ward and Stone rattling along like they had a
59.
lunch reservation.
Yeah, some of these late matches as well. I'm already thinking of me kebab halfway through the competition, so I'm not so hungry at this moment, so just sitting back and enjoying, and hopefully everybody else is.
100.
Oh, I am. Hungry like the wolf.
Well, boom. I set you up perfectly for that. Durant.
Very good.
100.
I'm here all week. Genuinely, I am.
Well, 105 will be the aim now for Martin Adams, treble 20, and then the 25.
So we're due to see a 170 from Adams after that incredible stat, that is highest finish
105.
ever in the MODUS Super Series. Is 160. He's just bringing a bit of shoulder into it, is Robert Rickwood.
You know what, Glenn? I finally
70.
fancy
Martin
it,
O'Carr,
you know.
170.
I finally fancy Martin Adams to end that strange statistic. Okay, then.
We're doing our best in here.
I thought it might have been quite funny if he'd gone treble 20, and then big 18.
45.
I could guarantee that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, he goes for his shots, doesn't he?
But despite, I don't think he looks at what his opponent's on. If it's there to be hit, his philosophy, I'll go for it. He hit a 5 and then points a 5 to
11.
himself.
And now
Martin
Robert
O'Carr,
Rickwood's having trouble with his
125.
hands. What's going on here?
Mm.
This is what's going on. 60 for tops. For a showstopper.
105.
Not quite, but he will return.
He's dipped low a little bit today for Martin's high standards. But Robert Rickwood is just not at the races right at this moment.
85. Martin O'Carr, 20.
Albeit not on his favoured side, he has been quite proficient on this double 10. He'll need to go big with the first dart.
Game shot on the third leg. Martin Adams.
That's much, much better as Adams takes a lead, but it's only on throw. Rickwood just thinking, what the heck is happening here? I've just
Fourth
won
leg
the
Robert
first
to throw
game.
first. Game on.
I've been practicing well backstage, and now I feel like I'm playing like a lemon. But he mustn't panic, as all these players have got this in their armoury.
180.
And all of a sudden, from not being able to a big 20, he's banging the 180 in.
Oh, we saw him do what Adams did earlier today, didn't we? And hit a brace of ton 80s to start a leg.
100.
Said we wouldn't mention it until dart 8 from now on.
140.
Like I said, I followed him on social media, and he does hit quite a few 9-darters in practice.
Yeah, so do I on social media.
Well, I think a couple of people have said that in the responses there. One way to shut them up.
83.
I was commentating on Ross Montgomery on the Pro Tour last week, and I hit a 9-darter as he was 4 each on the board next to me, and he jumped
145.
as I screamed and lost the match. Clearly, I was hiding away for a couple of days. Never upset the Ross the boss.
Well, no 9-dart finish here, but Robert Rickwood could take this leg out in 10.
180. Robert Ukar 36.
And he might have to do it in this visit.
Game shot on
Quality.
the fourth leg. Robert Rickwood.
Of the highest degree from the rock, the Rolls Royce Robert Rickwood.
Fifth leg Martin to throw first. Game on.
Martin with the prostate cancer right on the arm, the symbol there. As I parked up at the seniors last week, his van is covered in that, and the fantastic work that the darts fraternity has been involved in the prostate cancer fundraising. And we're good friends with Tracy Fletcher, who's just done an incredible job. And Martin Adams is one of the ambassadors of that.
57.
And a lot of dart players have done fundraising to raise awareness for prostate cancer.
Means
60.
a lot to Martin Adams' personal experience. Good, great fight. To return as a top-level darts
95.
player, and it's a kind of fight that's... I've seen him just say to Robert Rickwood, well, you do your 11 darters, pal, but I'm going to go on and win the match.
He's chuntering away to himself. He's not used to that. And that's a sign of a champion. When you do hit the treble one, you chunter away to yourself. People used to say, what are you saying to yourself? It's just all about just berating, beating yourself up, and just finding
85.
positivity.
Martin Ukar 138.
He's been much, much the better player in this game. 13 difference in the averages.
Didn't get a go at the 138 when he left it in the previous leg. Can't threaten it here, but we'll look to leave this handy. 98, so it will be treble 20 that he's trying to hunt down here. That's why he's stepped across so far.
100.
What a dart that was. Thrown from about 15 foot.
So far, so good.
Just needs to work out what he needs here, but straight for the treble 19 to definitely leave a finish. And Adams, who doesn't usually split, just moves across the hockey. So if you look at the left-hand side of that double 16 bed, and now it's tough. Now he looks at the left and the right.
19.
It would have been a great dart to get past those two.
Yeah, there were blockers, but it's all about the bullseye for the first half for Rickwood.
Here's that 19 we were
30.
talking about earlier.
Martin Ukar 19.
3 for double 8.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Perfectly
Martin Adams.
executed by Adams, who moves one up and one away.
And he's shaking his head thinking, why didn't I just go 6 double 16 on 38?
Sixth leg Robert to throw first. Game on.
Been very lucky with the games today. The quality's been mega, and the speed of the games have been fantastic.
100.
This is the 14th minute after 5 legs. Probably the longest game that we've had. That's how good the games have been. Fast-paced. Not like last week. I think there's some games in 5 minutes last week between Lowby and Klassen, and
123.
used to take me that to throw 3 darts.
It really has become the modern way, hasn't it, to
45.
zip along. I think players have... We've got a contingent of players now that have grown up watching the likes of Anderson, Lewis, Van Gerwen, rather than the more methodical players like John
81.
Lowe, Dennis Priestley, Phil Taylor.
Yeah, fair point. And it's all about Michael Smith right now, wherever I go. I went to somebody's house in Middlesbrough last week, and who's your favourite player?
140.
They usually say you, Glenn. And it seems to be Michael Smith all the time right now, so...
Was you, Glenn?
It was, yeah. Adams, a 180, he would be nice.
Rickwood not looking. Head down.
100.
I always think, are you a watcher of your opponent's
Never.
darts?
No, and all you're wanting to do, especially when they're on a double.
Does it not annoy you when you hear the referee
Yeah.
then call 140 or 180?
Yeah.
60.
It does. But I used to always feel if I looked, they'd hit a 140 or a 180. So no, it was never a major. I used to just mess about with my flights and stems. I used to just do something. I didn't just look at the floor like some players do.
I suppose not seeing how they
60.
do it
Robert,
can be
your
helpful
car,
sometimes. If you deem them to have got lucky, for example, you won't be aware.
They were always lucky when they won. That's a bit of a
80.
mess until that
Martin
last start.
Powell,
That just
137.
about keeps him favourite for this leg of darts, because 137 is a toughie. So Robert Rickwood for 76. And how many times do I say
97. Robert,
in
your car,
commentary the
76.
importance of the 48 finish, the 58, the 56, and this 76. What a first start that is. That's not the easiest now.
60.
And that first start was
Martin, your car,
the
40.
reason for that miss.
And Martin Adams can therefore wrap this one up. Needs a big adjustment here. Those 2 darts
20.
too high, too
Robert,
wide,
your car,
they're
16.
not particularly handsome.
Yeah, if there's one thing, he's not 16s is his preferred route. You never feel as confident on 20 and 10s. Double 2's been good to a lot of the players today.
14.
Once again, you
Martin
see that
O'Connor,
wire
20.
moved.
But it is 10s for Wolfie for the win. Edging closer. But he cannot
10.
get over the line.
Robert, your car, 2.
Once again, I couldn't take my eyes off Robert Rickwood because he wouldn't make a poker play. And I think he was resigned to losing that match. Perfect marker. Surely.
No score. Martin, your
Incredible.
car, 10.
He certainly is a man who wears his feelings on his face, isn't he, Robert Rickwood? And now
Game shot of
he'll
the
be
match,
feeling
Martin
blue
Adams.
because Martin Adams has won the match. There is a smile in the end and a show of respect for Wolfie, who wounds Robert Rickwood with a 4-2 success to move on to 4 points in the group. An average of 86. Missed a few darts at double, but got over the line in the end. And he has one more match to play. It's against Gary Stone. Rickwood will play Andy Bolton. But before that, Harry Ward will take on Lee Shewan.
It's a win for Wolfie as Martin Adams gets the better of Robert Rickwood by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with an average of just under 86.5 and 25% on his doubles. So a win for Wolfie there. We are 4 rounds for the day down. Now Martin Adams joins Lee Shewan on 4 points. Andy Bolton in second on 6. And Gary Stone still unbeaten up to press. He has won all 4 of his fixtures so far today. Well, Harry Ward and Lee Shewan are the first 2 players to round off their day's action here in Group A. Looking forward to this one, and we're going to watch it in the company of Glenn and Chris.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. Harry Ward, I just sort of seen signs, and I just think that little nod of the head, he knows he wants to get off the mark right now. No one needs to tell him exactly, but if I was in his corner, I would just be seeing the positives. It's a marathon this week, and that's what he needs to be told. So if anyone is watching and is in his corner, just let him know it's a big, long week, and to use the next 2 days as practice. Lee Shewan's still right in the mix. Like I said a couple of times today, 3 wins out of 5 is a minimum. He did start off very well, very nicely, a couple of wins under the belt, but he has played the 2 Scottish lads who have been absolutely brilliant. So for Lee Shewan, you feel like it's a bit of a must-win if he has aspirations of still topping this group.
And he'd love to get the job done here and then see Martin Adams conquer Gary Stone.
First leg is Harry to throw
in the
first.
last game of the day. And we'll do it all again tomorrow. Having seen them all a few times now, Glenn, are you still leaning towards Andy Bolton, or has Gary Stone given you something to think about?
134.
I think first and foremost, it's definitely been the best session I've been involved in. Just the quality of the players, just the camaraderie between them.
140.
That desire, that determination from the players, and just the quality as well. It's been a great session, and I hope people have enjoyed it as much as we have. But I'm never one for changing my mind. So I will stick with Andy Bolton.
44.
What are we up to in terms of maximums now?
Yeah, 38.
Wow.
Sure, the record books will be coming. It's just been quality. I mean, it's just some of the finishing as well. It's just
140.
been quality. I'd love to see Harry Ward really play his best right now, but then there's also the figure then that the 2 top would be running away with the group. So
180. Adio car 47.
More maximums.
it's incredible.
Yeah.
Boring does it, likes the 2 dark combinations better than a 180.
15. Leo
I
car
like the 3 dark
137.
combinations. 57. Tops. I think that was the plan.
But a good setup. Just double checking there. Should be 64 if I've got my maths right on the 16s.
Adio car 32.
Harry Ward must put this away.
Game shot on the
Put it
first
away, there
leg.
he
Harry
does.
Ward.
And like I said, I'm just seeing signs that the proper Harry Ward, you can't have that sabbatical and then come back and feel like you're just going to be exactly where you left off. And
Second leg leader through first. Game on.
Yeah, it's clearly taken him a few hours.
yeah,
A great first leg. 13 darter.
55.
Shewan waiting on 48 when he went out.
he'll be dangerous tomorrow, Murph. Especially with throwing darts like that one. Look, smooth.
140.
That releases. It was just a little nervous early doors.
Never mind a polo, man. You could have put those through a buttonhole.
180.
Or a water buffalo.
Well, 3 in the match now. 2 for Shewan, 1 for Ward. And it is a staggering start to this
59.
final match. And if Harry Ward plays like this throughout the game and ends up getting beat, I'm not sure he'll want to come back tomorrow. Wow.
96.
I always shout at the Carl Comans, the Jamie Durrants, who I'm in a group with, our Super League, because they're obsessed
81.
with
Leo
averages.
car 170.
I'll tell you what, when you get in this commentary box and you're seeing averages like this after 1 leg, you do highlight them.
43.
We tend to look at, now we get so many stats in darts, I tend to really enjoy looking at averages over a period of time, because that's when you really get an idea of how good a player is, where their standard is.
Is it going to be 127 in game? It's not this time, as we had the close-up there of Mr. Hinks.
39.
It's a furious last start from Lee Shewan. Harry Ward will look at treble 17 here. Now treble 20, and if he doesn't hit it, he'll get a go at the ball. But he has hit it, so it's double 5.
77. Leo Car 88.
And I like the way he left his arm there. Just a little bit of showboating like a peacock. And he won like that as treble 17 is his only saviour. Just a little bit messy from Lee Shewan.
Harry Car 10.
Wonderful last start there. And again, if I was in the corner of Lee Shewan,
Game shot on the second leg.
I'd just be saying to him, when you get down to 201 or less, a little bit of composure. That's all I would say, is what my critical eye is what I'm seeing. He might be the worst player in the world with composure. I don't know. People close to him will know better than I do, but that's what I'm seeing. The twice I've seen Lee play, I just think
55.
a little bit more. Yeah, I can't think of another word but composure at the end, but he's still in this game.
Well,
100.
As for his opponent, Big H has certainly not played badly today, and maybe finally Harry Ward is going to get Harry Ward.
Like it.
125.
I like that throw right now. He's such a likeable guy. In fact, the pair of them are. And he's shooing for another one.
140.
You mentioned earlier that the camaraderie between the 6 players. We are near the practice room in our commentary position, and it is a boisterous one,
96.
isn't it, this week?
Yeah, there's a bit of Scottish accent in there, isn't there? So it's Gary Stone I can hear, but I think the voice I can hear is Andy Bolton. I think I said he's playing that alpha male role. But right now, they're all
180.
He'll be sick of saying 180, won't he, today?
42.
At least Shewan will be
Leo
sick of
Car
hitting
81.
180s and then not winning the leg.
I said to him yesterday, I said, would you like a latte? And he wasn't impressed at all. I was getting nothing from him as Shewan looks at double 16.
49.
He only perked up when I showed him.
Told him
I
you were,
shared my pot noodle with him.
if you told him you were paying for the latte, I think he would have perked up.
58.
I'll pay for his
Leo
last mixed
Car
grill we had.
32.
I haven't had a response yet.
Game shot on the
Much
third
better
leg.
from Shewan.
Lee Shewan.
Did he not say, thank you?
Yeah, I thought it was quite funny. They're doing a latte. I was just getting nothing from him. And Man United were beating
Both leg
Newcastle.
leader through first.
I didn't think
Game
he was a
on.
Man United fan.
Paul Hinks getting our attention in comms. Meanwhile, Lee Shewan's just thrown a
140.
13 darter there to get back in business.
And a breaker throw as well.
100.
Once again, Lee looks at that floor. Just that focus. There's a concentration. And there's the repetition and that throw.
140.
He can't hear us, and I'm not sure that other referees, well, I'm not sure whether they'll be watching or not, but do you have a favourite call, a 180 call?
135.
Oh, Owen Binks. Of course.
Really?
What do you mean I've got him in my ears?
95.
I just think, honestly, I'll go back to the BDO days as well, Murph, and I thought they were first class, that team. I mean, a lot of them are doing so well. I've seen Charlie's got his
Premier
Leo
League, yeah,
Car
Charlie
1
debut
Constantine
coming up.
26.
made a name for himself in the BDO and here at the MODUS Super Series. Now then, bullseye if you want it, Lee.
101.
Showing signs of confidence, isn't he? I think back to that dart when he hit tops to leave tops, going for the ball. You said that he said he was flying, and he's playing like a man who feels that way.
85. Leo Car 25.
How many times have I said this is the one to practice?
7 times now.
Yeah. And 7 times it's been hit.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Obviously, they heed your advice, Glenn.
That double four has been very generous to the players today. And Lee Shewan will begin to talk Harry Ward an awful lot, but there's 2 players in this game, and Shewan has come right back. Let's see what you're made of now, Harry Ward.
Yeah, I don't think any
90.
player in this group deserves to leave Monday's play without any points, but I also don't feel Lee Shewan deserves to lose this match the way he's played. So
85.
one of them's going to feel a little bit hard done by. If Shewan, the way he's played today, ends up with a negative record, 2 wins from 5,
77.
he'll be quite baffled by that, I think.
Yeah, baffled and disappointed. And then, like I said, there's the fear that the two Scots are beginning to run away with it, run amok, really.
140.
Listen, Martin Adams on last, how dare we doubt him? He's just the type of player who just goes and stops the rot for Gary Stone. Just absolutely incredible amount of 180s today. Just a fantastic match.
96. Hariokar 154.
154 then would be the highest check out of the day.
100. 43. Hariokar 54.
They met the Worlds in 2012, didn't they, Adams and Stone? And Adams won that in straight sets.
Big dart.
14. Ryukar 137.
Lee's shown 180 to leave 137. That's the type of disappointment I think he can walk away with. And 64 again. He's been this way before. So he's just double checking. But if we look at the 16's bed, what a setup that is.
121. Hariokar 40.
He puts his hands behind the backs for Sir Paul Hinks.
It's like admiring, wasn't he? Admiring the work. Harry Ward, though, gets the leg one and is now 1 away from a winning end to what has been a losing day so far.
6-leg leader through first.
But not a bad day, and I think that's something that he has to remember.
Yeah, I think I was just about to say something very similar then. And this is where, Murph, where the right
59.
people. Hopefully Matt Ward gives him a ring, his girlfriend, you know, just to say that there's positives there today. And, you know, we could be talking about him on Saturday night, saying, do you remember him on Monday when he played?
58.
And after 4 games, we were really concerned for the week. We both are in agreement that he's going to get better as the week goes on. But Shewan's not beaten this match. Let's make one thing clear.
Well, the very first finals night here in this venue saw a player who had finished stone bottom of Group A in Kieran Tian go and actually win the title. And it's very different, isn't it? Each group brings its own different challenges.
97.
Finals night, then you've got an audience in short format, knockout style matches. It's very different.
Yeah, it's like 2 different matches, isn't it? And
96.
I'm not sure, like I say, only the Raymond Smith who dominated Group A and winning his, you know, that Saturday night is the only one that sticks in my mind. I mean, sometimes when I sit with Henry, who's probably sat in the commentator's chair more than anybody, who's probably seen every permutation of MODUS Super Series go, but
77. Ryukar 120.
that's the dart. And job C.
100.
Just kissed off the barrel there, but there won't be too much disappointment with Harry back on 225.
Looking destined for a decider.
45. Ryukar 20.
Final fling for the pair of them in Monday's action. Double 5. Now then, what does he do now?
16.
Not that.
Yeah, he just sort of slung it. It ended up in the 1. I'm not sure. It might have been that he didn't care whether it was in the 1 or whether it bust, to be honest.
140. Ryukar 4.
But it's all about if he hits a big 2 in this first one. That's exactly what he's done.
Game shot on the
Got away with it.
Lee Shewan.
What do we know? Absolute cobblers from Durrant. 3-3. Hasn't been that many 4-3s today. As competitive this group A has been at times.
First, game on.
But Harry Ward with a dart. How important will that be at the end of this leg, especially after that first 2 darts? And with Lee Shewan looking at the floor, here on that 140 is a bit of a... And he needs at least, and I say at least, 1 treble.
58.
Advantage Ward.
Is he actually a cobbler, Lee Shewan, or is it just a play on his name?
I think I did ask last time. I'll have to check that.
140.
I heard that he...
Oh, no, he did tell me. I think it was a nickname by a group of his players, and all of a sudden I forgot why.
Because of the Shewan.
58.
Yes.
I was hoping it was the profession because I was going to get him to have a look at one of our referees' shoes, Owen Binks. Mind you, would have taken him a year.
125.
Shiny shoe.
The only referee that can
60. How do you acquire 96?
stand right on the wall and in the exclusion zone at the same time.
It's all about Harry Ward right now. Double 8.
88.
But it looks like he's going to get that win because he is streets ahead of Shewan here in this decider.
96. How do
Been
you
4
acquire 8?
defeats for Harry Ward on his MODUS Super Series debut.
Bust it.
No score.
Sensible. Oof, I'm a bit close to that 11 though, bed. Now Lee Shewan must take some positives. He must know that Harry is looking for his first points in the MODUS Super Series.
44.
And he won't like that. Hence
How do you
that
acquire 8?
response.
So, can Ward win?
Game shot and
And
the
he
match.
does
Harry
pick up
Ward.
some points to end the day's play. Harry Ward ensures that nobody leaves the opening day with no points to their name. He has 2, joins Robert Rickwood on that mark and is now only 2 behind the man he's just beaten, Lee Shewan. Great game of darts to end their day. 2 games to come here at the Super Series on Monday. Robert Rickwood against Andy Bolton is the first of them, and it's coming up after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Harry Ward has ended his day with a 4-3 victory against Lee Shewan, doing so with an average just under 91, 2 maximums to his name and 4 out of 13 on the doubles. Well, 2 more games left for us to go, but before we do that, just a quick check on what that does in terms of the table. Harry Ward now off the mark on 2 points in the league standings. It's going to be work for him to do on moving day on Tuesday. Well, next up for us is Robert Rickwood, who can move himself onto 4 points if he can claim victory against Andy Bolton, who could move on to 8 points, level with Gary Stone at the top, who plays in our final match of the day. Well, let's get into this one then in the company of Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Thank you so much, Henry. You would think that the man in your picture now would steamroll this next game. just doesn't seem to happen like that in the MODUS Super Series for whatever reason. That's always more of a 50-50 game than what the league table says at times, but he keeps messing about and just relaxing that shoulders as Andy Bolton. Whereas Robert Rickwood, it's a must win already.
But if Rickwood can win, and then Adams can get the better of Stone in the last match, suddenly it looks like a proper fight, doesn't it, between all of the players, certainly 5 of them.
And it hasn't felt like that for a lot of the day. It feels like the guy behind here and Gary Stone have sort of dominated. But yeah, that's the interesting statistic. If Rickwood and Adams win here, you'll be going away thinking there's nothing in this group.
Yeah, there'll be 4 points
First leg is
separating
Robert to throw
5
first.
players.
Game on.
The legend that is Paul Hinks. His turn to buy the pot noodle tonight.
58.
As we calls you up and watch Curry. What a start again from Bolton.
140.
No quizzing tonight, Glenn. I thought Monday night was quiz night.
Oh, I'm going to quiz.
Oh, you are.
I won't be letting the lads down.
Oh, you're not going then?
Oh.
140.
There's only one egghead here. I'm proven.
Proven. Speaking of proven.
Super impressive, and could believe him today has not been top of the group. That's how good Gary Stone's been, but Andy Bolton must be delighted.
133.
Look at that response from Robert Rickwood. He's actually first to a finish. Although he has thrown 9 darts to Bolton 6, and where's he going to be after 9?
135. Rob your car, 170.
Well, what a start to this match.
All it needs is a 170 for one of the great legs of darts. He'll stay there.
This day of darts is getting better all the time. If this
car,
group carries on in this vein, then we're in for a Tuesday treat.
This for an 11 darter. And with Rickwood sat on 36.
30.
Wowzer.
Robert your car, 36.
The wrong bed. Getting Bolton in bother. And Robert
Game shot on the
takes
first
full
leg.
advantage.
Robert Rickwood.
And I did say that Andy Bolton would steamroll this match. Well, that's what the league table would suggest. It just doesn't seem to happen like that at the MODUS Super Series for some reason.
Game on.
It's probably, like I said, as Murph alluded to, we could be going away here with a very, very tight group. There's just something about
96.
the steely determination in Andy Bolton's face right now, which just tells me that he's up for the fight this week. Sometimes you stand behind people who haven't had a great day and think, why are you suddenly playing so well against me? And that's the kind of thing, that's the mental battles that dart players have. It's, you know, it's easy when you're practicing at home and just throwing at the dartboard. I can do that 140, I can do a 180, but sometimes when you're up there, you're facing your old demons.
Robert Rickwood will be up there thinking that, barring the first match when he was blitzed by Gary Stone, he would think that he could have won all of his other games. Has only managed one.
Yeah, we built this group up, but I think it's delivered. Every single player will be fairly hard. I even think Harry Ward goes away with real positives. I hope he does anyway. I hope he sees the positives out the 2 points.
93.
Well, he got himself in a little bit of a pickle there, didn't he, Andy Bolton? With his choice of route on 265.
He's very Dirk van Dijven board today, isn't he? He's flexing those shoulders and keeping them moved. 140 is in order of today. Not on this occasion.
60.
He'll be frustrated with that, and Robert Rickwood will be thinking 181 with 6 darts.
He could put himself in pole position in this leg here.
While I bull with the last dart
100.
there.
Andy your car, 112.
This is a finish us dart players like. Perfect marker. Just unfortunate, just kissed off the other piece of
38.
tungsten there.
Robert, your car 81.
Well, you like Bull with the last dart because now he'd be going for a shot which would guarantee him a dart at the outer ring. Instead, it might be the Bull with the last dart of the visit. Instead, it's double 13.
68. Andy, your car 74.
I don't know about you, Murph, but I really fancied that double 13 then. I thought he was going to really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
No, I thought he'd missed, to be honest, Glenn.
It's one dart at tops. And how many times have we said that? Was it 8 times?
34.
Wow.
That's
Robert,
probably the
your car
worst dart he's
13.
thrown all day. Somewhere near Scotland there from Andy Bolton. And Rickwood can go next to that double
Being shown on the
13,
second
into that
leg.
double
Robert
4,
Rickwood.
and into a 2-leg lead.
That's why when you're writing your story for the MODUS
Third
Super
leg, Robert,
Series,
you go first. Game
I
on.
was talking about how 2 players that looking like they're going to be running away with things. And then up steps Robert Rickwood. And one happy man will be
85.
Gary Stone. Because if he sees his friend lose this game here, it's all in his hands, you feel, at this very, very early stage on the Monday. But he is up against the legend that is Martin Adams. And
100.
you always feel that he'll have something to say, and he could leave on 6 points today, so still an awful lot to play for.
You never know when Adams is going to produce one of those premier performances. As Henry was saying in
70.
a link earlier on, he did it quite recently, his highest average at the Super Series, up in the 100 teens.
80.
I'm not concerned at all with Andy Bolton's darts. That I am, because it's only Monday. I think he needs to find a masseur.
96.
Yeah, there'll be yellow pages for Andy Bolton when this match is over. Limbering up for at least another 2 days' play.
43.
And maybe that is one of the reasons why he does want those 2 days off. He knows there are aches and pains that could cause him problems. The more he plays, the longer the week goes for him.
Too many juicy wiggles today. That's the problem. He has to remember he's 50 now, you know.
40.
Didn't see this coming, Murph.
No, we did say earlier anybody in this group is liable to beat anybody else, but the way things have gone for the pair of them, the one thing you will say is that Robert
83.
Rickwood has found ways to lose matches today. And maybe Andy Bolton can cling on to that.
I mean, Robert Rickwood's A game is very, very good. You know,
60.
he probably
Robert
lacks a
Rickwood,
little bit of
86.
consistency to be a real front runner, but he's a very dangerous player. I think 18-1 he was to win the group. Sort of was a bit offensive, really. Don't understand
56.
that.
Yeah, don't get it at all. Could have just carried on throwing where he was and left himself well placed on 32. Now he wants a dirty 30.
44. Robert, your car 30.
There's no pressure on it, so he can go any way he wants for it.
Game
But he
shown
goes
on the third
direct.
leg. Robert Rickwood.
Bangs it right in the middle. A double that Michael Smith loves now. Noticed he likes to leave double 15, obviously next to that double 10 where he's absolutely unbelievable on.
Fourth leg Andy to throw first.
Yeah, he did
Game
used to try and leave it on 9-dart finishes, didn't he, Michael Smith? But obviously has gone more conventional in his wisdom.
180.
Speaking of 9-dart finishes, here comes one.
Well, that would be nice.
$100.
Well, it'll be a man of total frustration right now. Dare I say. He probably
100.
walked onto the Rocky thinking, I'm on 8 points. I've been the better player today out the two of us. But you've got to remember, best of 7 legs. It's an absolute sprint for these guys.
135.
It's like an athlete doing a 60-metre sprint. You know, they're not at the best after 4 legs. You know, even some of the Pro Tour games, best of 11 is still, you know, for these top amateur players.
100.
Still a very quick run. The pair of them would love a best of 5 set game to see who's the better player today, but that's not what it is. You need to go downstairs.
137, undercar 121.
So to remain in contention. Treble 17 leaves the bullseye.
And bullet is.
96, Robert Yukar 129.
We'll be looking at treble 19. And still do it with treble 20 for the bull, for the match.
88, Andy Yukar 25.
Neither player got near it. Bolton leaves that 25 that everybody seems to be taking out today when they have left it.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Andy
So many
Bolton.
players are doing it. That last start on double 4 as well. It's still all in the hands of Robert Rickwood for many reasons. The 3-1 lead. But also, if it does go the final 3 legs,
first. Game on.
Robert will have the throw in 2 with them. So everything is in the hands of Robert Rickwood. But he has
81.
to finish Andy Bolton off. And Andy Bolton has a little bounce in his stride there. I think the aggression is back. And he'll learn so much from day 1 of MODUS Super Series. You'll learn in the process of how tough this is.
If he can turn this around, then he will walk out of here feeling $1 million.
81.
Yeah, when you look at the players, I think Lee Shewan will go away a little disappointed after the first 2 wins, 2 out of 2. Rickwood, if he can get to 4 points, he'll be thinking it could have been more. I think Harry Ward will be sat there thinking I got better. My averages were decent. Martin Adams, who knows what Martin Adams is thinking.
59.
I still think he's got something to up his sleeve in that last game. And Gary Stone could be a big, big front runner.
100.
A reminder that the fixtures are played in reverse order tomorrow, so this will be this pair's first match, the second game overall. Adams and
42.
Stone's reverse meeting will take place first. At the last match of today's play. And what a day's play it's been.
$99.
I think that's a really, really important dart. Andy will be looking at the 19s. He needs 7 of them, but that's covering the bed. So 139 would have left the finish. It's all
59.
in the hands
Robert Yukar 140.
of the man from Burnley. Now we did check out with a 140 at the opening match of the day.
85.
Just a little slip, but no real damage done. Andy Bolton could do some damage here, mind, if he fills it up.
140. Robert Yukar 55.
But it's Rickwood who comes at 55. There's the first part of the job done. And 2 darts at tops. That's begging for a double.
15.
Oh, and you can see
Andy
the
Yukar
wire.
104.
And that's a quick look at the finish and what Andy's left. And 104, there's the grimace.
A few ways to go for this. It looks like it's going to be treble 20, but one of the reasons not to go that way is that can happen.
40. Robert Yukar
Hit a
40.
5 and left himself with 99 problems, and a finish ain't one.
Game shot in the match.
Robert Rickwood proves a problem for Andy Bolton and proves himself at the end of the day. A 4-1 win for Rickwood moves him on to 4 points, along with Lee Shewan and Martin Adams, though Adams is in action in the last match of the day. It is all getting bunched up below Gary Stone at the top of the table. He takes on Wolfie in the curtain closer on Monday's play after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Rickwood has got the better of Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 1 to round off his day. Rickwood with an average of 91.26 for the first time today. Andy Bolton dropping underneath the 90 average in that one. Bolton 6 points from his day. Kind of a little bit unlucky that his efforts have adjusted to just 6 points, but it is Gary Stone, the man who is at the top of the table and won all 4 of his matches so far. He takes on Martin Adams in our final game of the afternoon session, the final game of the day here on Monday at the Super Series. So for one more time today, let's hand back to the commentary box and to Glenn and to Chris.
Thank you once again, Henry. And cat amongst the pigeons, I've wrote in my notes here, is what Robert Rickwood just done with Andy Bolton. And this man must have been absolutely delighted with that last result, because I'm sure his main competitor he was thinking or assuming was Andy Bolton. And he now has the potential of going 4 points clear after day 1. But this guy, he does something to the books. He doesn't make things simple for anybody. And I'm waiting for the afterburners to go on for Martin Adams. And you just have a feeling that he has something to say, something to do in this group. And once again, could it be next?
Yeah, always has got a big performance in his armour, Martin Adams. And if he gets it right against Gary Stone here,
First
then we would see
first.
5 players separated by 4 points after the first day's play. But if Stone can carry on and make it a perfect day, then he would be 4 clear of Andy Bolton in second and 6 clear of Adams, Shewan and Rickwood. These 2 meetings with Martin Adams could be key, couldn't they? Because if Adams were to win both of them, suddenly he'd be on the same amount of points as Gary.
And that's what Adams should be thinking, but I don't think Martin does think. I just think he just sees the next dart in front of him, and what will
45.
be will be. I think he has a very refreshing attitude, to be honest with you. It's difficult to get to know what's in the mind of Martin Adams and what he's thinking. He's not like a social media guy. He's not putting everything out there, so it's very difficult to read. Where the person in your picture now, you pretty much can tell how he feels. And I tell you what, right now he feels he can walk on water.
99.
He still does so, as you've highlighted, berate himself when things don't go quite right. And that might be okay when things are going pretty well, but when things start to go wrong, then you can actually
59.
make it last longer than it needs to.
Yeah, it's the one element if I was in his corner, because honestly, I mean, just look what he's doing. It's just scary.
180.
Scary good. On a very, very positive note in there, but Gary Stone has got someone with him. If you're wondering, he's not doing that to an empty crowd.
$121. Gary O'Connor,
180's a plenty today for Gary Stone. He's just buying himself chance after chance.
36.
But he hasn't taken
Martin
that one.
O'Connor, 81.
Wolfie waiting, prowling.
I don't know. Yeah, I was don't want to give it the kiss of death, so I'll shut up. I was going to say 69. I fancy that.
Gary O'Connor, 20.
When the first dart went in, you would have fancied it. I think Stone would have thought he was going as well, but he survives. And he takes the first leg.
And everything seems to be, not only is he playing well, Gary Stone, but things are going his way as well. Because you don't expect Martin Adams to miss 2 darts at a double.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
And that's a dangerous combination to have. Gary Stone playing at his best and things going his way. It's looking odds on now for a 5 out of 5 return for Gary Stone. And in a group as strong as this, that's highly commended.
Yeah, full credit
96.
for Stone for what he has achieved today. Still the prospect of being the first to win every single match in a 3-day Group A. 2 players have come close. In fact, one of them won their first 14, then lost the last one.
Was that Jim McEwen?
It was indeed.
When you think,
140.
I don't know about you, when you think MODUS Super Series, you think of the Jim McEwens, the Colin Osborns, the Graham Ushers, the Robert Owens, obviously Conan Whitehead for what he did in Series 1.
Yeah, great to see Graham Usher on the Euro Tour stage at the weekend. Mixing it with big boys in the PDC.
Yeah, I was following Robert Owen as well. At the pro, and he's just averaging, 99, 100 regular and losing games as well. So what the MODUS Super Series gives people is confidence. Kevin Burness was excellent in the MODUS Super Series. Jim Williams, superb, and they just then it's then that transformed it onto a transition across to the PDC, which is and the doubly difficult part of things, but it does give you a platform.
132.
Treble 19. Didn't need to go that way.
60.
And there's two ways you can look. He may be just feeling really, really good about himself, really confident. I can see that Martin's not at his best today.
Well, if this is his bad day, mention that he does
60.
tend to have one over the course of the week. He'd probably be happy with getting 4 points in it.
He will, but it's then looking at the guy at the top who's gone 5 out of 5. It depends what people want. I can't imagine Martin
32.
Adams wants to play 5 days on the spin. So winning a Group A would be great for someone like Martin Adams. Gary Stone looks like he could play for about 200 days. He looks so fit and well.
36. Gary O'Carr,
Double
40.
top.
Double top with no pressure.
Well, it was thrown like there was pressure on it.
20.
It did, didn't he? He was just a little... I think he's just... Now it's about mindset with him. He's in front of the race by 200 metres, and now it's just a battle with yourself.
Well, do you know what? It was interesting. It's a different
131.
situation
Gary O'Carr,
completely,
20.
but it was interesting chatting to Bo Greaves after her Women's Series exploits yesterday. She was talking about that winning run and how it became a burden.
10.
And I just
Martin
wonder if
O'Carr,
Gary Stone is not
32.
just thinking about winning this match, but thinking about winning all 5 matches.
See if Martin can put this away, because we're now entering sort of 21 to 24 darts now, you didn't expect with these two players.
Game shot on the second leg. Martin Adams.
Stone squanders 8 darts at double, and Martin Adams makes him pay.
Just remember that moment, Murph. 1-0 up, 9 darts, arguably a double there. So it's a wry
Well,
smile,
Gary
but
to
it'll be
first,
pure
game on.
anger. And I just think he's only got himself to blame there. I just think that loss of focus. And I like the fact he's
134.
looking up to the person who he's travelling. I have no problem at all with it. I think that's fantastic. But I just think he should have stood behind Adams, get that steely determination that he's had in his face all day, and it just felt a little bit jovial,
95.
Yeah,
automatic.
if you could perform some kind of intricate surgery and give Gary Stone
81.
the Martin Adams mentality, he'd be a very different prospect, wouldn't he?
Definitely.
But it's just leg after leg, visit after visit, dart after dart for Wolfie.
Seriously, Gary Stone is one of the most
96.
talented dart players I've stood on an hockey with. I couldn't this time. It's funny when I was winning things, there was certain people I used to think about, just thinking they must
54.
be watching, thinking, God, I used to beat him. I'm better. I've got more talent than him. And you could put Gary Stone sort of in that bracket, really, where he's honestly uber talented player. And I just think the next phase, see how he's shaking his head there.
95.
He's in total control of this leg. Why shake your head? Don't beat yourself up. Look at the positives. Because if I could score like Gary Stone right now,
100.
if I had that scoring power right now, I'd be up there. Because it's now. It's 1-3-2 where I felt I used to come into my own. And that's the thing I'd like to sort of pass along to other players now and helps people of the talent of Gary Stone who deserves something success in the game.
139. Gary O'Carr, 132.
Well, 1-3-2. It all started when he went for this when he didn't need to in the previous leg. This time he does need to. And he gets a go at the bullseye.
107. Martin O'Carr, 76.
And the surround. Now Adams could find himself in front.
was going to say I had the fear there of him strolling them 1s and 5s he's been doing, but it's 1 dart to tops.
56.
1 dart to tops
Gary
and
O'Connor,
25 finish. How many times? Double figures now?
Or is he going to be seemingly the first to miss it? It's 1 for double 12 his route, and he has missed it.
13. Martin
We
O'Connor,
might be
20.
getting that scenario that kind of makes it interesting, more interesting going into tomorrow's play, with Rickwood beating Bolton. Is Adams about to get one up on Stone?
15.
I
Gary
can't
O'Connor,
believe
12.
that. And Gary Stone is getting away with murder right now. That's a great dart for Gary.
Green shot on the third leg.
Now
Gary
he has
Stone.
to focus. Now he is 2-1 up, and it should be 2-1 up, I guess, after the sort of mess he did on the second leg. So he should just have that focus on
Fourth
it now.
leg
If he can
Martin
get
to
back
throw
to where he
first.
was.
Game on.
He's looking up to his support there, which is great. But the Gary Stone I've seen for 4 games just had that determination behind. And I think all of a sudden something's going to click right now for him, because you just don't expect Adams to miss darts at doubles.
70.
Or big numbers like that. A couple swept into the 5 there. Stone trying to work his way up to the treble 20, eventually
91.
switching, choosing to go 17s rather than 19s, leaving himself with a 0 on the end.
I think I've seen him hit more 5s today than I've seen in 20 years of watching him play.
125.
We'll
Where
take
we used
that.
to seeing him, yeah.
306 when he comes back now.
83.
A modern thinker would start downstairs here.
Not a chance.
The usual 5 to start. That seems to be the case in this match for Martin Adams.
85.
Stone's had 10 minutes of his worst dart of the day. Just getting through this match is
59.
what's in order right now. Averages are out the window all of a sudden. Now it's just pure match play. Now it's just the big W.
$100.
So 98 minimum requirement here for Gary Stone. That's why he's moved across with
58.
dart number 2,
Martin
so he could still leave a finish with dart number
121.
3. Hasn't. Adams therefore has 6 from here.
Yeah, I'm perplexed. Confused.
32.
Timing's just not right for him right now.
Somebody check the board straight.
What's funny, he's right in this game as well, you know.
137.
That 89
Matthew
finish was
89.
looking very inviting. But after that 137 from Stone, you feel like it's a must hit now. Could be down to a bull that would spark him. Bullseye for Adams.
64.
I'm
Gary
sure when he
O'Connor,
let go of
73.
that handprint of his hand, but he felt it was in. So you look at treble 19, but double A, 2 darts. I like that. Double 4's been great. All the players. Not this
65.
time. And you
Martin
see that
O'Connor,
wire
25.
bend. I don't know. There's just something about this match.
Oh, nothing's certain, is it, in this game? You're looking at finishes like this and you're not expecting them to go. Double 8. It doesn't
17. Gary O'Connor, 8.
Gary was at the hockey before Martin threw that dart. He wants to
Game
put this
shot on
game
the
to
fourth
bed.
leg. Gary Stone.
Is that the turning point? The missed dart at double from Adams. Is that going to be the deciding factor? Because this is not the Gary Stone. This is the Gary Stone D game.
Fifth
But he's
Gary to throw
3-1 up.
first. Game on.
And that's what really counts.
And so far, Stone remains unturned. 4 matches, 4 wins, and 3-1 up in his 5th.
119.
And a good start after recovering from finding a 5. The misdemeanor that Martin Adams has been suffering within this game.
97. $60.
How much more life is there in this tie?
55. 81.
When Durant has left the commentary box to head upstairs to speak to Henry at the end of the day about what's happened and what might happen for the rest of the week. What's happened there is Martin Adams has fired
91.
in yet another maximum on a day where we've just seen 180 after 180 after 180.
$129. Garioka 150.
The tally of maximums
43.
today alone,
Garioka 40.
46. Staggering stuff between the
Game
Super
shot on the
6
fifth
here,
leg.
and Martin
Martin
Adams
Adams.
remains in contention in this match.
Six leg Martin to throw first. Game on. $96. 58. 140. 100.
'Well, now he needs to...
140.
Well, I was going to say he needs to move, but evidently he didn't, because he found a treble to get himself down to a finish.
100.
Martin Adams.
Martin Yokar 125.
Gary Stone is letting this slip. And Glenn set off from the commentary box. It was under the assumption that Stone was about to seal the deal, but Adams here is looking to produce a brilliant outshot. Bull 25. Went for the bull
86.
with the last start.
Garioka.
And even Paul Hinks has been fooled into the lackluster leg from Gary Stone. Usually at this point he's needed a
100.
finish.
Martin Yokar 39.
But the rest of the sentence, in this leg at least, was Gary, you require a miracle.
Game shot on the
And now he
sixth
needs
leg.
to win a last
Martin
leg
Adams.
decider because Martin Adams has hit back. And it is by far the sloppiest showing from Stone so far.
Seventh and final leg. Gary to throw first. Game on.
Averaging just under 80, having been in the 90s and beyond all other parts of the day.
100.
It all comes down to this leg to see if he can go unbeaten.
$100. 140.
Better. Just when he needed to find it, the Scotsman rediscovered it. And now Adams is wayward, like he was earlier in the match.
68.
And the clean sweep
140.
is very much on the cards now. The league leader.
140.
Perfect
Gary O'Connor,
paradise
121.
is just a stone's throw away. But that is not what he wanted to see. Shouldn't matter. Adams hasn't left anything that he can take out, and a single 20
81.
tees up the favoured double for Stone. One last assault from Wolfie.
139.
Is it enough to
Gary
ruffle the
O'Connor,
feathers
40.
of his opponent? This then for the win.
30.
But
Martin
Gary
O'Connor,
Stone has
54.
missed darts to complete the clean sweep. And now Martin Adams will look to take advantage.
$44. Gary O'Connor, 10.
But he fails to do so. And even Wolfie can't get blood from this stone.
Game shot and the match, Gary Stone.
It's glory for Gary Stone. He wins all 5 of his matches on day 1 of week 4 in MODUS Super Series 3. Fantastic stuff. It was a little bit nervy in that final match, not in keeping with what we'd witnessed earlier in the day from Gary Stone, but he got over the line all the same. Beats Martin Adams 4-3, surviving match darts to do so, puts a 4-point buffer between himself and Andy Bolton. And with more on what's happened today and a look ahead to what may happen for the rest of the week, Glenn Durrant is upstairs alongside Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. And well, Gary Stone was granite, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Until that last game, I saw some flaws in that last game of Gary Stone, but for the first 4 games, I thought he was absolutely magnificent. There was just a bit of tension crept into the game, but he had a little bit of luck on his side at the end there. He had 3 darts at that tops, and they were snatchy, they weren't, very good, but 5 out of 5 in this group. Gary Stone is a top-notch player, a real high-quality player, and to get 5 out of 5, he'll be feeling absolutely marvellous right now.
Because it wasn't just 5 out of 5 in a regular group. The standard today across the board has been superb.
Yeah, across the board. Martin Adams will be disappointed with some, real missed doubles. I think Lee Shewan was walking away a little bit disappointed too. 2 out of 2 the first 2 games. Everything after that's now a bonus. Harry Ward, I think he'll consider he's only on 2 points. I think he'll be thinking there's plenty more to come and he will benefit from today. Andy Bolton will be left frustrated. I couldn't really understand why he didn't play his A game in that last game, but neither did Gary. Gary got the rub of the green, Andy didn't.
Well, let's have a look then at the league table then following the first day's play. Now, Andy Bolton averaged 19 every game by his last. Will count himself unlucky. He's only on 6 points, won't he?
Yeah, I think Gary Stone will be delighted when Robert Rickwood beat Andy Bolton in that sort of penultimate match there today. Andy Bolton's a top-class player. He was my pick of not only winning Group A, but, winning the week as well. Gary Stone just put a little reminder to say, hey, listen, I'm here, I'm determined, I want to win it, and there's 5 out of 5 for you.
As for Harry Ward, how would he reflect upon his first day here? As we know, we haven't seen him play as much, did see him at Q School. So this, I suppose, is getting a lot of match practice for him. It's easy for me to say. Yeah,
I thought he was quite magnanimous in his defeats. He's a real gentleman, and I think if the right people are around him right now, I saw some positives. I thought he was a little bit snatchy early doors, a little bit nervous, and sure, the tension and the anxiety was probably flowing through his body. But he got better as the day went along and finished with his best game being his last game, where a couple of the other players will be looking how, they petered off a little bit. But that's the beauty of the MODUS Super Series. That's why sometimes the experience. I think the one major frustration was Martin Adams today. I've never ever seen him go into the 5s and 1s like he did, and miss doubles like I've never ever known him in 20 years. He'll be super frustrated.
And just quickly going into tomorrow, of course, we call Tuesday moving day here at the Super Series. Who out of that chasing pack do you expect to make a big charge tomorrow?
Well, I think Andy Bolton could do a 5 out of 5 tomorrow. He's that good, but he's really flexing his shoulders, and that's a big thing when it's a long, hard, tough week. So that concerns me. I don't think we'll ever see Martin Adams play like that, and he's capable of coming out with his A game tomorrow. I liked what Lee Shewan was talking beforehand there. So Robert Rickwood's always dangerous, and Harry Ward will be better for today. But right now, I find it hard to choose, between the two Scottish lads, with Gary Stone actually really cementing his position there, being top. It's his to lose from here for me.
I'll see you in the commentary box tomorrow.
Good stuff, you're back.
I'm back in the comms box. Chris Murphy will be up here in the presenter's chair tomorrow morning from 9:30 here on Sporty Stuff TV and the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, which if you are tuning into us from there, why don't you have a look at our back catalogue of matches, including that brilliant semi-final between Jack Main and Danny Lauby on Saturday night. But here in Group A on day one, well, it was granite from Gary. There's no stopping the stone. We'll see you tomorrow.